At last, I find you. I have been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found. Now I recognize you. Tyrion. I should have known you'd travel in disguise. They're always watching. Oh, forgive me, Tyrion, please. It wasn't my fault. Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault? The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Lane. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
Just ensured the doom of this world. You cannot even begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Kurast. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Marius. That tie me to this world are diminishing rapidly. You must take up this quest and prevent the three brothers from reuniting. You must cross the sea and search for Diablo and Vale in Kurast. Now, hurry. Time is running out for all of us. Praise be to the light. You have accomplished the impossible. Diablo and Mephisto have been banished back into the black abyss that spawned them. You've done well, hero. For now, you should rejoice.
Yo, what's going on, guys? What's going on? Thank you for tuning in to stream today. I'm not banned from Twitch. Not at all. I don't know where that information came from. I'm exploring a temporary switch to YouTube streaming for a month to see how it fits with my channel, See if it fits in better with making YouTube content, you know, and overall kind of growth as a channel, if that makes sense. I find that, banned for being too sexy. The more that I have less time to dedicate towards streaming, the more I kind of realize that I think potentially YouTube might be a better fit for me and my channel. Just because I feel like to really grow on YouTube, I feel like you really need to have kind of like your ass sitting in the chair streaming 4 or 5 times a week. And I just can't dedicate that much time to streaming, right? Because I do make long form content, I make videos, so I'm just experimenting with just trying like I have a bigger following on YouTube if I stream like once or maybe twice a week on YouTube, see if it kind of fits in better with making video content, that kind of thing. That makes sense? Hey Lick, thank you so much for the £5, right? £5 super chat. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not entirely committed to completely switching. I've thought about doing both. I'm just kind of just seeing how YouTube goes for now. It seems to be going pretty good. Oh, it's euros. Even better. €5 is more than £5. Euros is like one of the most expensive, right? I'm not sure if euros is more than the American dollar. It's definitely more than the Canadian dollar, so thank you. What's up, Lemon? How you doing, man? Yeah, I feel like they've stepped up their game for streaming. I have a pretty big YouTube following. It's a combination of that. I can't really stream 5 times a week, so I don't know if Twitch is the best platform for me. Yeah, I don't know. We're just giving it a shot. I could switch back. Oh, it's 1-to-1 ratio? Okay, because the Canadian dollar is 70 cents to the American dollar. And yeah, I think that YouTube has actually stepped up. There's still things that it better about Twitch, like integration, extensions, chat, emotes, but there's a lot of things that I think YouTube does better, in my opinion. So this is just kind of like a test run here. Aronas, I found Mara's and Mage Fist yesterday in Stoney Tombs. So I've officially said I'm fucking done with Endarial and I'm only focusing on Stoney Tomb runs. I'm going to do 1,000 Stoney Tomb run project, which I did not start the counter. That's okay. I'll start the counter next run. KY Blue 72, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Welcome, guys. By the way, just wanted to remind you guys that the single easiest way to support my stream is to throw a like on it. Help spreading it to new people. And it does not cost a thing. Thank you again, KY Blue. KY Blue 72. Yeah, Twitch has pretty poor discoverability. IMO. But, yeah. I'm not, like, I have a decent following there. It's not like I have, like, 2,000 follows. Like, I do have 47,000 people that follow me on that platform, and I do really appreciate that. But, I have 113,000 on YouTube, so... We'll see. This one will be a while until I finish this project, because when ladder drops, I'll be doing a ton of ladder stuff. But... I think one of the coolest things about Terror Zones and the direction that they're taking is I feel like they're building like a pretty cool foundation. Like they could, like you guys said, some sort of corruption feature. They could have that item drop. Like the way that Thunder Charms are going to exclusively drop in Terror Zones, they could do a similar thing, like some sort of corruption orb. There's a lot of... They could use Terror Zones as the baseline to like... Some builds did take a step forward in power because of Thunder Charms, so they could easily like use the foundation to Terror Zones, and they could maybe make the monsters harder in the next patch. Like there's a lot of... Like I feel like they've set a pretty good structural like foundation, if that makes sense. No new rune words. There's just Sunder Charms and Terror Zones. But honestly, I'm more excited for what Sunder Charms provides than what any new rune word would honestly provide. New rune words are cool. Like Flickering Flame's really strong. Mist is cool, but in my opinion, Mist is just like a... Mist is just another Ice or another Faith. It doesn't really change a ton. But Sunder Charms changes a ton. That's why things are interesting. Yeah, I mean, I just think the AoE and the damage that you can get from fire now with Sunder Charms, yeah, I think Fire Druid's going to be sleeper build. That's why it's going to be the build that I'm going to be playing as. What's going on, Barricade? How you doing? I mean, you can get upwards of, like, what's a really good Fire Druid? Really good Fire Druid is upwards of, like, almost a 10k Fissure, right? 10k Fissure, 15k Armageddon. I mean, that, with the physical damage applied with the Sunder Charm effect, and just the AoE, it's going to be a pretty strong build, I think, so. Steve Sutton! Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, my man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that support, my dude. Little spoiler, I'll be streaming with Barricade for the reset, so that's exciting.
All the info, Hoser.
Oh yeah, Barricade, it's gonna be awesome. The only thing, like, I watched Macro's video and it's entirely true, but the only problem with that video, with this video in my opinion, is it's just based on the assumption that you have Infinity, right? Not everyone's gonna have Infinity right off the bat, but yeah. Fire is probably gonna be the strongest build in my opinion for, like, not talking about gear. I did see that Nephilis, which is really cool. Huh, well actually, that maybe is gonna change. I was gonna say, assuming perfect gear across the board, fire is gonna be the strongest, in my opinion. But I'm just kind of wondering now, with Sunder Charms, I wonder if traps are gonna take a big step forward. The only thing is, though, is that facets don't apply to traps. Griffins doesn't apply to traps. They're just going to make it so Sunder Charms apply to traps. So it'll be interesting. Who was my favorite streamer other than myself? Ah, that's a tough one, man. You put me on the spot. I don't really have a favorite. I like Barricade, I like BT, I like Sweet Phil. Like, I like all the guys.
Greetings.
Yeah, they didn't work in testing, but apparently Pez Radar confirmed on Twitter that the dev team was going to make it so that they worked with Sunder Charms. Oh yeah, my least favorite is Amaranth, correct. What's up, Urshman? How are you? Thanks for popping by. Peldo. Yeah. Sparty! Silver! Thank you so much for the $5 super, my dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support, man. By the way, for those that don't know, any support is amazing. YouTube has memberships, so if you want to unlock emotes and stuff like that, I have a very low $1.99 membership too. If that's any option, any support is entirely optional. But if you guys want emotes, kind of like their Twitch version, there's YouTube memberships, super chats. We're a little bit new to the YouTube streaming thing, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you so much, Sparty. Really appreciate that. Kinda wish I had some sort of cannot be frozen. I might end up throwing a Ravenfrost ring just because I'm a running character, to be honest. I'll probably rock a Ravenfrost. Full absorb, a little bit of Dext. It'd just be nice. Like, as a teleporting character, caster, doesn't matter, but if you're a running character, I feel like Source Cannot Be Frozen would be nice. Chiz, did I quit YouTube or did I quit Twitch? How's Chiz doing? Chiz, I wanted to message you about a reset. You wanted to play on my team. But I'll ask you on the spot now. I have not quit anything at all. Nothing at all. Not much love from Australia? Dude, Earth's turning from Australia. GG. Do you know Vez? What's interesting is somebody mathematically worked it out that they assumed that Geed's Grand Charm would only... they assumed that Sunder Charms would drop based on the Geed's Grand Charm rate. And they actually figured out that only targeting champions and boss packs from terror zones, it's actually, like, they're not going to drop very often, which is interesting. And I really applaud the guy that... I don't know if he's in chat right now. Maybe he'll show up later. I really applaud the guy that actually took the time to mathematically figure it out. And that is considering it's Geed's Grand Charm. Like, that's it. Assuming it's Geed's Grand Charm rarity, they are not going to drop very frequently. Because, again, I think a lot of people have made some knee-jerk, like assumptions about things and want to make, like... Like, I actually wanted to talk about... What's up, Zax? I actually wanted to talk about flipping Cold Mastery because a lot of people have advocated for that, and I feel like there is, to an extent, a little bit of unintended consequences if they were to make changes like that. Like, I'm just wondering, like, where do you... So, let's just say you have a flat blizzard, it's 10k damage, right? And say you can bring a monster down to negative 100, it's 20k damage, right? If they were to flip it to plus cold damage, to what extent would they do it? Would they make it similar to the Fire Mastery? Like, what adjustment would they make? Because let's just say it's like similar to Fire Mastery, right? Say it's like you can get up to like a 300% plus cold. I don't know what they would do, right? But flipping it will actually, in my opinion, make it stronger. It's gonna nerf the nuts off of it for leveling, but if they flip it to plus cold damage, as soon as you have like a cold sorceress, you get infinity, you throw like the Runeward Doom and a Twin Axe on your Blizzard sorceress, it's gonna be stronger than what it was. Like, for most monsters, it'll be stronger. So I feel like whatever happens, I actually don't care. I just want the ladder to happen. Let the dust settle. If they need to make adjustments and changes, fine. I just... Say if you have a regular 10k Blizzard, but instead it has plus 200, even plus 200% damage, and you have Infinity, Doom for up to negative 60 cold res, put a Cold Facet into Nightwings, maybe a Cold Facet into Viper Magi. So you could get up to negative 80 cold res from Doom and 2 facets, and then you could get plus the negative 86 cold res from Infinity, with actually having a combination of plus damage instead. So instead of getting up to, like, you know, 10k, I don't know, say it jumps up to like 20k, like, I don't know. You could obviously scale it less. Like, who knows? I don't know, it's kind of just tough to... Today's the start of my 1,000 run Stoney Tombs video, so I haven't found anything yet. But yesterday, I found a Maras, 28 all-res Maras. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying, BCH, is they, like... I feel like I just feel like there's inherent risk with it. But yeah, I found Maras, 28 all-res Maras yesterday, and Mage Fist. So that was a huge step forward. So I'm hoping to get, like... I want to get a Ravenfrost so I can run around and not be frozen. I want to get a Viper Magi to get plus 1 to all skills. And then I want to get Thunder God's Vigor. That would give me basically immunity to beetles with the Lightning Absorb and 75 cold res, or 75 lightning res. Cannot be frozen with the Ravenfrost, Cold Absorb for the cold damage in Stoney Tombs. Viper Magi would be another plus skill. Then at that point, it's just grinding more gear, like grinding more and more better gear. Eventually get some stuff that I can farm keys. Then we'll farm keys. We'll switch to a Shapeshifting Druid, and we'll just slowly work away at getting a Druid Torch, which may take a while, but... Yeah, at the end of the day, I really don't actually care, even if they flip Cold Mastery on its head and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the criticisms that I've seen for Terror Zones in Thunder Charms, I feel like having a plus skill damage Cold Mastery would actually amplify those issues even further. So, I don't know. You farm for that Jaw or Burr. This character doesn't have a Jaw or Burr. This is an entirely solo Sultan character. But the only rune I've dropped so far is an Ohm rune, which is a big step forward. I can make a CTA, but what's Zach's again? Negative enemy cold res, -3 per level, +3 cold damage per level, mastery, fire and lightning, mastery just working as 2, rebalance, damage, 0, then you really... Yeah, but the only thing, and I'm not... That would probably work. And I'm not saying that's not a bad idea for the future, but... That's another, like... That's an even more bigger change to get balanced right, in my opinion, than just the introduction of Terror Zone to Thunder Charms to begin with. So I feel like they should just launch the ladder, see where the dust settles, and then maybe do... But the thing that I don't want to go down the road of trying to make a big change and try and rebalance every single skill again. Like, I would like to see, like, loot filter, currency tab, rework unique items, and just leave the foundation of the game the way it is. But that's my take. A lot of people might not actually agree with that, which is fine. That's kind of the direction I would rather go, if that makes sense. Nerf the Hammerden, teleport, and the Javazon. I mean, every character would be like this. If you're fine with it, every character would be running around like what I'm currently doing right now. Nothing wrong with that, but that's what would happen. Which might not actually be a horrible thing with Terror Zones, to be honest. It might actually not be a horrible thing with Terror Zones. Without Terror Zones, I think it would be horrible. Because not having a static map, trying to like run and find Dariel without teleport would be very, very tedious. But with Terror Zones does to an extent, and I'm not pro teleport nerf. I'm not. I actually don't really like the idea. I'm just speaking objectively about it. The introduction of Terror Zones, so say like the Cold Plane spawns as a Terror Zone, you just take the waypoint, you're in the Terror Zone, you run around and kill stuff, right? It alleviates the need to get from point A to point B to optimize farming like it does to teleport to get down to Mephisto. So it would actually... The introduction of Terror Zones does slightly change things.
Hello.
Nope, they can, Eric. There's a whole variety of different zones that can spawn as Terror Zones. It's covered in the patch notes, but everything from like Talrash's Tombs, which is like there's new insane meta shifting areas, like Talrash's Tombs and Flayer Jungle and shit is massively meta shifting. Take a waypoint, you're right there, tons of monsters to kill. You don't need to teleport around, and like there's just so many cool things that have been introduced from Terror Zones. And again, that need of getting from point A to point B to optimize farming, like getting to Mephisto or getting to Dariel early on from the what the game used to be, that's gone now. Oh, nice. Trang's Belt. That is a huge upgrade. Huge upgrade until I get my T-Gods. Because that is my Cannot Be Frozen and plus life and mana. That's actually a wicked upgrade. I still think a Sorceress will be the best to, Sorceress is still going to be the best, but I quickly need to respec. Just look the other way. It's single player. I just enabled respecs. It's way too much of a hassle to just look the other way. I know. I'm a cheater. But someone asked why I wasn't using Cyclone Armor a while back. I don't think it's the best skill to use on a Fire Druid because it's not fully synergized. So a fully synergized Cyclone Armor absorbs a ton of damage. One hard point with like my +6 to skills, it absorbs like 80 damage, so you're constantly recasting it. I'd rather just go the route of like some extra absorb. That's actually, believe it or not, getting a source that cannot be frozen is actually really huge. That's actually really solid. Like over the long run, that'll be a big improvement and won't get slowed down. What is it that makes you think Orb will be better, other than the fact that it can target more monsters? It hasn't received extra damage, so what is it that you think is going to make it a better... You just think the fact that you can now go like full on into Orb and you can just do like Orb static, Orb static, Orb static? It is actually a cool idea. You could literally just sling Orb between the Orb static. Or Orb and Energy Shield, yeah, because there is a lot of extra points with, yeah, it has a cooldown, which I don't like, but... And on higher difficulty settings, I feel like the damage really falls off, but, with mana burn being fixed, yeah, that is actually a pretty cool option. Exclamation Twitch. I don't have a command for that, but I haven't quit Twitch. I'm doing kind of a experiment for a month here to see how streaming on YouTube goes. I feel like it fits a little bit better into my schedule as a content creator, and I also think that it's catching up massively to Twitch. And I feel like eventually it'll actually outpace Twitch. Not currently. Still think Twitch is superior, but I think that it's caught up in a lot of ways. I believe, like, I think, don't they make, there's going to be 2 different types of shared stashes where it's going to be a withdraw-only stash, withdraw-only shared stash, which is going to be your ladder that goes to non-ladder, and then you withdraw it to put to your characters. I believe that's how they said they were going to, it's kind of similar to how PoE works. I think that's what they said. The biggest thing is any of your super important questions, make sure, super important questions, any of your super important items, make sure you put them on the personal stash of your ladder characters. Anything you don't really care about, just put to the shared stash, because I doubt it'll be lost, but in the event that it does, there's no way that the personal stash, like there's no way you'll lose anything on the personal stash. So. No worries, Enju. I just wanted to give like a month basis trial, see how it goes. If YouTube actually works out better for me, I may actually just stick to YouTube, so. It's my lightning res, 62. For sure, Alisane. Budget gear, summon Corpse Explosion Necro will be a little bit slow, but once you get your gear going, it'll be a really good build. Especially now with Thunder Charms, like the Fire Res Thunder Charm, and if you can get Infinity Mercenary, you'll have, like, Corpse Explosion in like Chaos Sanctuary isn't quite as good as like say the Pits because of the Venom Lords and their high fire res, because half your damage is physical, half your damage is fire. But I think that Thunder Charms is going to sort of bump up Corpse Explosion damage. Plus with Amp, decent Mercenary, like you'll be able to clear everything in Terror Zones. That was actually going to be the build that I was going to play for Terror Zones until they introduced Thunder Charms, and then I was like, nope, I have to go Fire Druid. Have to go Fire Druid. This is offline single player, so I always have the same static map unless I change the difficulty. Yeah, you can magic find in Terror Zones. You can do everything. The only thing is, like, some Terror Zones early on, like if the Worldstone Keep spawns as a terrorized zone, I'm probably gonna skip it, just because you're not gonna be able to go in with a budget Fire Druid and rip through the Worldstone Keep without dying. But then again, if you're grouping up with people and like Shaco. My second Shaco. Very cool. And it's the exact same defense as the existing Shaco that I have. What are the odds of that? Almost 400 in Darla runs, didn't get a single Shaco. Dropped 2 in Stoney Tombs. The exact same defense. What did Bearcat say? Sorry to bug you. Any word on summon from Necros being affected by Sunder GCs? All that we know is that Pez Radar said that the team was aware that Sunder Charms don't currently work with assassin traps and hydras. So,
good day.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So that's gonna be fixed. Is it gonna be fixed for Necro summons? I don't know. Not sure. What's a good pit map? Usually close to the other cloister waypoint, but that's not the biggest factor because you can get away with like having a, I guess not the end of the world, but usually just a small map tile set. It's kind of like a, there's sort of only one way to follow. Like you don't want branching off paths. You know what I mean? Like you want to enter the pits, and then you want to move through it. But you don't want to have like V's where the map goes this way, so you got to go that way, clear, teleport, come back, and then go the other way. You just want like a point A to point B map, preferably smaller tiles. Smaller tiles will mean less monster spawns. That's not necessarily the worst thing, because you can get more. It is pretty ugly. You can get more map spawns on a huge tiled map, but if it has multiple entranceways, you can't clear it as quickly. So you kind of want a balance of the both. If that makes sense. One of the things Twitch does better, definitely their chat. We don't know what the drop rates are, but somebody crunched the numbers and just speculating and assuming that it's going to be a gauge drop rate and only from champions and boss packs means it's going to be a relatively difficult to find item. Ronus, I did not miss an Ohm Rune. Get out of here. Has the rarity set to the same as Gee's Grand Charm? Oh, cool. I did not quit my daytime job. I don't feel confident yet being a full-time content creator. It is a very up and down... It's a very up and down in terms of like money coming in and out. And if you want to go full time, it's fine. That's something that you need to like accept. But when you have other obligations like paying a mortgage, it's difficult. And I feel like if I was full time, I'd also be like begging more often for tips and memberships and stuff like that, which I don't necessarily want to get in the habit of doing, to be honest. That's always the goal, and I feel like I'm way closer to becoming a full-time content creator than what I was before. But I'd say it largely comes down to if I can continue to grow, and if Diablo 4 is a hit on my channel. If Diablo 4 turns out really good, a lot of people like it, they tune into my channel for it, then there's a very, very good chance. If Diablo 4 is a flop, slash, if not as many people tune in for my Diablo 4 content as Diablo 2, I probably will never be a full-time content creator. we won't really know until that, till we kind of get there, right? What's up, Mendo? What's up, Josh? Yeah, we're just experimenting. I'm doing a month of YouTube streaming just to see how it works better based on Twitch, because I've mentioned it before. I feel like if you want to grow on Twitch, you need to have your ass in your streaming chair 5-6 days a week, and you just need to grind and put in the hours. But on YouTube, if I'm sleeping or hanging out with my friends, my videos are still being searched and watched on YouTube, and I still get ad revenue. So I'm growing when I'm not streaming. And in addition to that, I feel like because I make long-form content and I can't stream as much, I feel like doing occasional YouTube streams fits in better with my channel. Again, we'll see. This is like an experiment. I'm not committing to quitting Twitch. But also at the same time, YouTube takes less of a cut. Every single super chat or membership or whatever, I get a 70% split instead of 30. Doesn't sound like much, but if you're on the borderline of trying to make it, say it's like $2,000 versus $2,000 on Twitch, and you get 70% instead of 50, that's a pretty big difference. So I'm not committed to switching. I'm just... What's up, Gymnasium? Just, experimenting. Put it that way. Sent me an invite on Discord? Okay. Right on. I honestly don't mind it, Steve. I really don't. I'd rather ask the same question over and over again than nobody tuning into my stream and then nobody asking a question. So... yeah, unfortunately, they don't have a free Twitch Prime. But there is varying levels of memberships, which is kind of cool. There's 5 different types of memberships on YouTube. Oh. Josh, thank you for the super. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. I've never ever really experimented with PvP. It is fun watching some like high-level people play PvP, but I've never actually had the character. The biggest drop today so far has been Trang's Belt, which I know that sounds stupid, but it's actually a pretty solid upgrade considering how budget my character is. Got cannot be frozen, a bunch of life, a bunch of mana. I don't get slowed down, which is important since I'm running everywhere. I don't have teleport, but definitely is a improvement. Thank you, Josh. And Healthy Fiesta, my dude.
GG, bro.
$20 super. Seems like after Terror Zones go live, rerolling GCs isn't going to be worth doing unless I fundamentally don't understand the charm affixes and such. Might be better to use P-Gems on Blue Monarchs or something, maybe Jewels. Well, if you have a ton of perfect gems, there's still nothing wrong with rerolling to try and get a skiller. The only difference is once you're a high enough level, you won't need to specifically use Diablo, Neolithak, or Bale GCs. You can use... Once you're the right level, you can use Magic GCs from Terror Zones.
GC rerolling isn't going to be worth doing. Unless I fundamentally don't understand about charm affixes and such.
Streamlabs fucked up there.
Gems on Blue Monarchs or something maybe
Streamlabs fucked up there. I don't think that it makes it so that you don't want to reroll GCs. I just think that it lowers the value of a Bale GC. That's all. That's literally the only difference. In my opinion. Unless I'm missing something and I don't understand what the question is. I think that's all that it really does. That was kind of awesome. Bilbo! Thank you for the Istru membership, my dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But you're absolutely right about it drops the value of a Bale GC. I don't mind it, Jim. There's advantages and disadvantages to it. I feel like in terms of the chat, it's not quite as good. And you don't have extensions. But besides that, I feel like there's better discoverability. They don't have the Twitch membership either, but you can stream higher bitrate, you can stream high resolutions, you have better discoverability, which is like the biggest reasoning for me using it, in my opinion, but yeah, we'll see. I'm not committed to switching it, but the 70-30 split is kind of like the biggest reason for me. It's just a huge difference in this really big difference. Silva! 579. Do you think Thunder Charms will make Act 3 Mercenaries more viable? Thank you so much for the $5 super, and no, I don't. That is because the effect of the Thunder Charm only applies to monsters for your character. It doesn't apply to minions or teammates. Unless it changes. But also, Thunder Charm, like, the Act 3 Mercenary was garbage with like a negative 150 conviction paladin support. At least in my testing it was.
Do you think Thunder Charms will make Act 3 Mercs more viable?
Other than...
PS loving the YouTube stream. To hell with Twitch.
Other than the static mercenary, in my opinion, it was always a trash mercenary. I wouldn't use it other than an enchant mercenary and maybe like a normal playthrough, just to get like a little bit extra damage in AR. But yeah, endgame content, I think it sucked with a negative 150 conviction or so. So the short answer is no, it won't benefit it because of the way Thunder Charms works, but even if Thunder Charms were changed, it still wouldn't benefit in my opinion. Master Baggins coming with the Pulver membership. Thank you, my dude. Thank you so much. Thank you for the supers and memberships, guys. Could I also request a like on the stream as well? Rare lacquered plate. RIP. Throwing a like on the stream is the single easiest way to help out my channel. Helps push it through the YouTube algorithm. Nope, not map hack. I'm just playing on single player. So single player, you always have the same static maps. Unless you change the difficulty. If it was map hack, there'd be two things. One is the map would change every map. And two, the entire map would be covered. Would be uncovered, excuse me. The entire Stoney Tombs is uncovered because I'm farming like the entire Stoney Tombs. But if you look outside, like there's areas, Rocky Waste, like see how this Rocky Waste area is not fully explored? Like it is for the most part, but like you get the idea. Like this area is not explored, this area is not explored. Map hack, everything is instantly uncovered for you. Yeah, no map hack, just single player. What's up, Ogoos? How are you? Daniel, GG on the Death Fathom, man. How did it roll? Sometimes I wish Death Fathom was like... Wouldn't it be cool if Death Fathom was a unique sword? What if Death Fathom was like a unique phase blade? 3 doll skills, the same FCR, res, the same cold damage. You could use that on like a Wind Druid to boost your cold damage. You could use it on other, I guess, Holy Frost in. I don't know. There'd be other things you could use it on, which would be cool. Maybe an Act 3 Mercenary. Vulcan Mask. Master Baggins!
Any tips for early fire? Summon Druid. Just started.
Okay, so my suggestion would be to go one or the other. Don't go fire summon hybrid. Don't go, like, just go the pure summon or pure fire. I know that for playing through normal, I've seen, I don't know if Jim's still in chat, he did a 10 minutes to normal Indariel run just using Poison Creeper. Poison Creeper is super powerful early on. For fire, early on, most of your damage comes from Fissure. So max out Fissure and its synergies, although I would suggest putting a couple points into Molten Boulder. This will help you against like narrow corridors like, what do you call it? Like the Maggot Layer, Arcane Sanctuary. Molten Boulder is really strong for that. So early on, like you can, it just works really good for those specific areas. But then just max Fissure. Then after Fissure, go Armageddon. Put 1 point into Oak Sage and Bear. I don't really recommend Cyclone Armor, at least not until you have GG gear. And don't cast fire spells on top of each other because the next hit delay. So cast Fissure there, Armageddon, cast Volcano here. If you cast Fissure on top of Volcano, the next hit delay, you won't get the maximum amount of damage. But that's honestly like the biggest tips I have for... Other than you will struggle a little bit in Hell Chaos Sanctuary. It's not the end of the world, but you will. Lots of Molten Boulder, Volcano, Armageddon. Taking your time. A lot of fire means you'll have to work through. Yeah, it's kind of back and forth, Kevin. Some people like YouTube better, some people like Twitch better. I feel like the older crowd, guys that are like 30 plus, I feel like, seem to like YouTube better. I don't know if that's just a boomer thing. Wait, are 30-year-olds boomers? You want to see my FPS is 165 right now. I always cap, like my refresh rate is 165. So I always just cap the FPS at 165. Because I can hit 165 without using, like... I have a 3080 Ti, so I'm pretty lucky. Like, I can set it 70% GPU on maxed frame rate. So... Silvio, you hate Twitch too? Kind of really, Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, guys, if you wouldn't mind throwing likes on the stream. Simple and easiest way to spread the stream. I'm sure people are watching that aren't in their 30s. I just found that people that are 30 to 40 seem to prefer YouTube better. I don't know. $33, but I think it has nothing to do with Twitch or YouTube. It's because Diablo 2. Yeah, like people are here because of the game, but I'm sure there's a lot of people in chat that don't even watch Twitch, that just watch YouTube content. And then sure there's people that watch YouTube and Twitch content, and I'm sure there's people that only watch Twitch. Like there's everything, but I hear you, Josh. Some of the things, like I just don't understand. Like that girl who had sex on stream. 7-day ban, she's back. Has 100k TikTok followers now. I read on some article on Dexterito. I know some people will call me misogynistic for... It's like, no, it's not misogynistic, it's just stupid. Any gender has any sex on Twitch, it should be permanently banned. Like, it's just shit Twitch does is so stupid. And a lot of people say that they can watch YouTube at work. But they can't watch Twitch at work. Maybe we catch more viewership from those at work that... True. Even though ads support streamers, and I'm fine, like I don't use ad blocker, I'm fine supporting a streamer. But the ads on Twitch compared to the ads on YouTube, they're pretty brutal. Like, they're just brutal. 2 minutes of straight ads on Twitch versus like you watch a 5-second ad and you skip it on YouTube. Big difference in my opinion. Like, there's actually streamers that I enjoy watching. What's up, G-Stacks? Yes, likes, please, guys. I actually really I like the streamer. I'm not gonna say who his name is. He ran a 2-minute ad break, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm gone. See you later. Like, a 2-minute ad break. I was like, I can't do it. I'm fine, like, even watching a pre-roll and stuff, but like a 2-minute ad break was just like, Jesus. The flip side to that, though, you can make the argument that even like 6 minutes of ads every hour, that's less ads than watching television. So you can make that flip argument, which is true. Maybe I'm just entitled, but it's a little bit too much for me. Yes, 5 FHR is the maximum on a small charm. Are you, Patchers, are you getting an ad every 10 minutes right now?
Good day.
I only turned on pre-roll ads today, and I took away unskippable ads. So I feel like at the most you should only be watching a 5-second ad. Skip it. And yes, you could use ad blocker, but I don't advocate for it because it's tough for a content creator to make a living as it is, but if people want to use it, they use it anyways. It's just fine. I'm gonna create some space. Oh, these are, yeah. I gotta get rid of those. Those are hero edited stuff. I don't have ad block on anything, which I don't care if people do use ad block or don't. I really don't care. I just ask that people don't use it on me, but it is what it is. Gotta get rid of that. Show the gear quick? Yeah. Oh, go over the gear in a second. So, Spirit, Mara's, which I found yesterday, which is pretty crazy. Plain Shaco, Smoke, Trang's Belt, Dwarf Star, an FCR Quadres Ring, Nat's Boots, Mage Fist Gloves, Offhand is a Telly Staff, and then I just have different miscellaneous plus life, res, charms, and small charms. Mercenary is using Gold Skin Plate Mail, Crown of Thieves, and a really wicked matriarchal bow that I found. 4 open socket, 3 to bow and crossbow skills at bow that I rolled Harmony in. So it gives me faster run walk, which is pretty GG for cycling a shit ton of runs, in my opinion. I actually really appreciate that, Sean. I really appreciate that. Because believe it or not, if nobody ever ran a single ad blocker on my channel, I probably would be enough to go full time, which is pretty crazy. So honestly, just whitelisting it, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I actually think this gear is pretty solid. Like, I guess you could say, like, I don't think it's quite scuffed gear, but I don't think it's obviously not GG gear, but like, I have +1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, +8 skills right now. Almost capped res, cannot be frozen. Like, we're kind of We're definitely past garbage gear, but we're not, like, I don't have infinity, still using kind of like a hipster mercenary, that kind of thing. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Hey, even YouTube Premium actually, I still counts. Like, does that make sense? Ads are split into, like, the revenue you get split. When you look at your analytics in your Creator Studio, it shows a percentage. Like, YouTube will pay you a certain amount per view if that person's running premium. So it actually doesn't matter. I have no idea how you whitelist, Mendo. Go the skill tree. Maxed Armageddon, maxed Volcano, maxed Fissure, maxed Molten Boulder, 1 hard point into Oak Sage, 1 hard point into Summon Grizzly, 1 hard point into Prerequisites, and I'm slowly maxing out Firestorm. Pretty straightforward skill tree. I might use Cyclone Armor eventually. If I can get enough plus skills, I'll consider using it. But I really want to get, like, if I can get a Rib Cracker, a couple of their decent pieces of gear, CTA, if we get lucky and drop an SOJ, we can spawn a Diablo clone. We could take out Declone and get ourselves an Anti-Charm, which would be pretty GG. Alec! Thank you very much for the Istron membership, my dude. Thank you so much. I should point out that I'm not like shaming people if you run ad blocker either. I just, whatever. I feel like sometimes people may consider that. But literally, a single month of membership is worth more than, like, so it's fine, or whatever. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you, Alec. This Druid can do Diablo Clone? I don't think the Fire Druid can, but definitely if I get a Rib Cracker. Like, if I make Rib Cracker, Duress, get CTA, get a Life Tap kind of thing. Like, I could use a Life Tap 1, that sort of thing. Once I Shapeshift, yeah, I'd be able to run Diablo Clone fine. Ubers, I would need pretty good gear to do Ubers, but Diablo Clone is relatively easy. Just a single guy, not too big of an issue. Physical portion's okay. Some of these easier monsters, if they're fire immune, I can take them out no problem. I don't have a ton of, like, my physical damage isn't so GG that I could just run through Venom Lords and Chaos Sanctuary. Like, it's pretty slow. Like, I have 1,000 fizz damage from Boulder, 2,000 fizz damage from Armageddon, and 600 fizz damage from Volcano. So it's enough to get through fire immune monsters, but it's still slow. Like, it's slower to kill tougher fire immune monsters, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, you guys know a fire immune Venom Lord has way more life than a fire immune Flayer in Act 1. Like, there's a bit of a difference there, right? So there is physical damage variations of the Fire Druid, so you can run like a Reaper's Toll Mercenary. Try and buff your physical portion. But I've never really messed around with that sort of setup. I don't want to say it's going to be broken with Thunder Charms. My phrasing would be, it's going to finally reach its full potential with Thunder Charms, in my opinion. Because I feel like if you have plus 45 to elemental skills, you have Phoenix, you have Ravenlore, you have a 6 fire-faceted sword, you have an Infinity Mercenary, I feel like the damage is going to, like, almost match, like, a Javazon. So I feel like it's actually just reaching its full potential, in my opinion. Like, I don't think with Sunder Charms and perfect gear, I still don't think it'll even be able to kill Chaos Sanctuary as fast as a Hammerden. So I like to use the phrasing that it's going to reach its full potential. But I'm biased. Druid's my favorite character. But let's be honest. LOD, Fire Druid, like original LOD, Fire Druid was ass. It was horrible. Other than getting through normal, it was a pretty bad build. 2.4, it took a really big step forward by adjusting some of the cooldowns, extra physical damage. Armageddon actually has a decent radius now. Like, it's actually a useful skill. Took a big step forward. Sunder Charms is really going to help it just reach its full potential IMO. I think Fist of Heavens is better as a budget character. I think Fist of Heavens, up to players 3 with really good gear, I think can match the Hammerden. I think as soon as you get into like players 7, 8 difficulty and you have like perfect gear on both characters, that's when the Hammerden's like 14k hammers versus the Holy Bolt spread of like, I think 4k or 5k is about the best you can get on Fist of Heavens. That's when it starts to, the H-gen sort of separates itself. But I think that the Fist of Heavens is not as dependent on Enigma. Like, I know both characters you can charge around, but Fist of Heavens you can charge around, you can stop here, you can cast your Fist of Heavens here, and you can destroy all the monsters here, right? That works better on a budget and charging around without Enigma. When you have to, like, when your hammers spin like this, and you have to get right here for the first hammer to hit, like, I feel like, I don't know. It's not that it doesn't work, but if I had to pick between playing budget either one, like I much prefer Fist of Heavens. And that was the character that I played all last ladder, was just Fist of Heavens. I tried multiple different setups. I had eventually Enigma, I had a charging setup, I used it for Travincal, Chaos Sanctuary, Pindle, like it's a fun build. I definitely think it's better on a budget, definitely better with Enigma. But best possible gear, like one's like hammered and just it's just more damage output. I don't think the Rabies Druid will be that much better. There's not a ton of poison immunes to begin with, and I don't think that Rabies was really good outside of maybe like farming cows with like the best possible gear. But I don't think, like, I know Sunder Charms removes some poison immunities, but I just don't think it's, I don't know. I've tried a lot of different combos. I've tried D-Web, I've tried Plague, I've tried Faceted Shields, Faceted Jalals. I got older videos on my channel if you want to check it out. It is a little bit more damage, but I don't think it's going to be better. I could be wrong, but I don't think that I'm wrong. But it would be, like, you could maybe mix and match Rabies and Fireclaw or something. Like, I'm not saying it won't work, but Druid is my favorite character. I have played almost every single combination of Druid. I've done pure shapeshifting, I've done shapeshifting summon hybrids, I've done shapeshifting elemental hybrids, I've done pure elemental, I've done pure summoning, I've done pure wind, pure fire, I've done Rabies, I've done Rabies Fireclaw hybrid, I've done pure Fireclaw, and I honestly believe in every scenario that focusing in on a particular, like, pure fire, pure wind, pure fury, pure maul is better than like hybrid approaches. Why not Grief? Grief is a good option. It depends on how you want to spec your Rabies Druid. Grief has negative poison res, it hits fast, it's good physical damage, so if you want to whack once with Grief and then you want to Fury after, that's a good combination. I've used it. You can also hit once with Grief or whatever and switch to D-Web, because D-Web gives you a bunch of extra negative poison resistance. So as your Rabies is spreading around, you're getting more poison damage. They're both good setups. I've tried Plague because Plague has negative poison res and lower resistance procs. Like, I've tried multiple different combinations, and I always felt like Rabies was lackluster IMO. I think Wind Druid's a lot better now that they got rid of mana burn, so. I'm just experimenting for a month or so, Laka, see how it kind of goes. See how viewership goes, see how money goes. Like, I feel like it just fits a little bit better into my content creation lifestyle. Like, I stream 4 or 5 times a month, with exceptions, but mostly 4 or 5 times a month. Where I feel like if you actually want to grow on Twitch, you need to stream 5 times a week. So I feel like it's a bit better of a fit for me as a content creator. Plus, I feel like YouTube has better discoverability, and YouTube gives me a way better revenue split. 70-30 revenue split. So every single new Super Chat membership, I get 70%. Just as I say that, Silva, thank you so much for the Istrum membership. Thank you, my dude. I get a better revenue split. So I was very hesitant about switching at first because I did have some connection issues around COVID. That's when I made the switch to Twitch. I'm thinking long-term, YouTube streaming might be a better option. Plus, I think the platform is actually becoming a lot better for streaming. But thank you, Silva. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. For those that don't know or are interested in supporting the channel, multiple ways you can do it. Throwing likes is actually huge. That's the single easiest way. If you like my content, you want to see me become a full-time streamer, just literally liking the stream. It spreads it through YouTube. It helps me out a ton. There's memberships, which is a Twitch sub if you guys want to rank on Discord. Custom emotes. And I have varying levels of membership too. One's as low as $1.99 Canadian, so that's like a dollar. I think it's like $1.25 US. And I have different varying ranges of support. Like, it's totally optional, but every day I'm getting more and more likely or considering, like, actually just switching. But I didn't want to just try one stream and then kind of make up my mind. I wanted to go at it for a full month, see how it turns out, see if I get more YouTube subs, better video viewership, all that kind of stuff, see how it goes, and then make an informed decision. I just didn't want to make like a switching on the fly. The unfortunate thing is I think that Diablo 2 Resurrected is on life support on Twitch, in my opinion. I really feel like it's on life support. I feel like YouTube at least has... But we'll see. I am Canadian, correct, Dimitri. Ethereal Thresher? Not necessarily a best place. It's just kind of... You just want to mass monster farm in an area that suits your character. So if you're a Javazon, Cows is good. Fire Druid, Stoney Tombs is good. Blizzard Sorceress, Ancient Tunnels is good. You just want, you know, hammer it in, you go Chaos Sanctuary. You just want to kill as many monsters as you can and just keep checking every Thresher. Or every CV or man catcher, whatever. There's really is no secret to it. It's just mass monster farm. You can reduce your magic find, so you're more likely to drop a white base versus a magic. But I would just say run like 100 magic find or 200 and you'll be fine. You'll still get a lot of white bases. You don't have to go 0 magic find. I just wouldn't run like 400% magic find, because then you're going to start having a lot of your bases are going to drop magic. So the good kind of like all-around approach is just run about 100 magic find, mass farm monsters, don't champion a boss back, like kill everything, and just pick up every Thresher. You're on the outskirts of Toronto, GG man. I actually live about an hour from Toronto as well. Be down if they made rifts. I would just like to see them build upon the foundation of Terror Zones, honestly. Like, eventually, it would be cool if there was a way to make the Terror Zone monsters harder. It'd be cool if they had more Terror Zone exclusive drops. Like, they already have the coding implemented for Stunner Charms to only drop in Terror Zones. It would be very cool if they introduced, like, terrorized unique items. 5 new unique items that only drop from terrorized monsters that would maybe have shifting build impacts. And, like, again, harder content from Terror Zones. Like, there's a lot of they really have the structural foundation there. They've improved a lot of the shitty builds in the last patch. I feel like there's some debate, but I think overall Thunder Charms has opened up monster diversity as well. So I just feel like they're setting themselves up for a good foundation, in my opinion. It's only like gonna go up. I mean, I know there's some echo chambers of negativity on specific forums, which I always think it's fine if you don't like the change. I really do think it's fine. As long as you provide, like, feedback to explain why, then I value the feedback. Even though I might not agree with it. But again, if you just ramble on like a bumbling idiot, just saying it's the worst thing ever and not providing reasoning, then I just think you're a bumbling idiot. But I genuinely believe that the changes are for the better. Yeah, like, I mean, that's just be a good starting base for it, right, Tom? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can now, like, they've opened up so much stuff. Like, they haven't ruined level 85 areas. If you still want to do your ancient tunnels, you can. If you want to do something other than Bale and Chaos now, for experience, you can. Like, there's a lot of, I genuinely believe there's a lot of improvements. Like, where are Center Charms dropping? I want to play Hammered and Spec and then go Holy Fire. Only from Uniques and Boss Packs, Terra Zones, Jamie.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Eventually, Messwell, once I get better gear, I can switch out to other locations. But I'm currently kind of in that, you know, like an early Blizzard Sorceress, you're kind of stuck like Ancient Tunnels, Pindle, Mephisto. That's kind of what I'm like right now. I'm sort of like restricted to where I can farm, if that makes sense. Come on, think DB. I really need to get this organized better. Maybe we'll craft some caster amulets at the end of today. Yeah, I think the Fire Druid's a really good starting character. I actually think it's better than... I think in some ways it's better than a Wind Druid. As a Wind Druid, you don't have to be in monsters' faces. Like, say I can do this, right? I can kind of cast my Fissure, cast my Armageddon, I can kind of run around. I don't have to be right in monsters' faces. The big advantage, though, to a Wind Druid is you have Cyclone Armor. So you can get a lot of Absorb early on. So even if you don't have the best resistance, as long as you keep recasting your Cyclone Armor, you're basically immune to elemental damage. And then Wind Druid has a little bit better way of dealing with immunities, in my opinion. Hurricane and physical damage versus the fire and physical damage. They're both really good starting builds. But I think fire is a little bit better if you don't have Enigma. And also, with the introduction of Sundered Charms, you can do some crazy shit with them. Lucky, what's going on, brother? Lucky, you gonna have any Cham runes? The start of next ladder, my dude? You guys are looking for one of the best community-driven Twitch streamers for the Diablo community. You guys want to check out that guy's Twitch. Great community-based streamer. I'm undecided, Lucky, about... I know if I run a 6-faceted sword, it's consistently more damage, but I'm debating running a Plague Crystal Sword on my Fire Druid. Because I'm thinking... lower res procs, 2 skills, and it's not as consistent as the constant negative and plus damage. But what's up, Nickel? I get the cleansing aura. And I kind of have to be right in monsters' faces anyways for Armageddon to be really effective. So I'm kind of thinking I want to rock, like, Flickering Flame, Plague, Crystal Sword, Phoenix, regular other Fire Druid gear, and eventually an Infinity Mercenary. But I think even before that, I could rock, like, an Insight Mercenary and be okay. So I might have to trade the Vex Rune for a Cham early on. Yeah, that's kind of the build that I'm thinking, man. Between Infinity and the lower res procs, I might not even have to, like, I might not even have to use Phoenix. Like, I might, like, I'm just trying to think. It's what's the lower res proc level on Plague, guys? Could you tell me how much negative res that is? Just trying to think. I stream on both, Matt. I'm doing an experiment here where I'm going to do a month on YouTube. There's a lot of reasons why. I think it works better, like I mentioned, for my content creation. I think that YouTube has better discoverability. And I just think it fits better overall into, like, the content that I make. But I'm just trying out, and also I get better revenue split. True, you don't get Twitch Prime, but I get 70% of a split. So, like I said, just try to say if it's 57? Okay, thank you. Just try to say you make $2,000 on Twitch and you make $2,000 on YouTube. The difference between a 70 and 50% split is pretty huge. If you're living kind of like paycheck to paycheck trying to make it as a content creator. Okay, so if a Sundered monster has, let's just figure this out. I'm horrible at math, guys. I'm going to whip up my calculator. Let's just say a Sundered monster has 95 fire res. So let's subtract 86 from Infinity. That brings him down to 9. Let's say I roll a 15 Flickering Flame. That brings him down to -6. And then if I roll, if lower res goes off, 57 brings him down to -63. So the only scenario or reasoning to use Phoenix would be, and that's not considering if I use Ravenlore. If I use Ravenlore instead, that's going to be an extra up to -15 res. So if I used Ravenlore instead, almost all Sundered monsters would be at -100. And then in addition, anything that's not Sundered would be at -100. So the only benefit to using Phoenix would honestly just be the Redemption Aura. So I could get away with either using a 4-facet Fire Shield for even more plus damage, or I could use just Spirit, because Spirit's cheaper. So I feel like there's a lot of interesting possibilities. Now that's assuming a 57 low resistance from Plague, but I think that this type of playstyle, I'm kind of constantly in monsters' faces, so I feel like it will go off pretty frequently, right? Like, I'll be taking hits. Again, I'll have to test it, but I think it should, like, I think it should make for a strong character. Dosta! Thanks so much for the $2 super chat, my dude! True. No, that is the biggest thing, is that you're constantly waiting on a low res proc, and I agree. That is absolutely, that's fair criticism. Actually, I have an idea to test that. I'm gonna, once I'm done this run, I'm gonna do a quick pause, and I'm gonna actually test it. Because I have a Fire Druid, I just need to respec. Yeah, I mean we're talking about different ideas. I like Plague, so I want to give it a shot. If it turns out to be pretty bad, you can always just go to the standard Fire Facet Sword and Phoenix as a shield. My only reasoning is early on, a single Cham Rune is a lot cheaper than 2 Jaws, a Vex, and a Low for Phoenix, right? Phoenix is expensive. Maybe the endgame bet will be to just switch over to Phoenix regardless. And Flickering Flame is nice, but it's pretty easy to counteract like negative 75 fire res. Alder's Boots and like 3 fire res charms, and you're already past the negative fire res cap. So I'm not really too worried about counteracting the center charm negative res. I know that's the biggest reason to use Flickering Flame, but also Ravenlore has higher negative resistance, so we'll see. Yeah, I can mess around with both, yeah. I think some of you guys might be behind in chat. Make sure you have the slider dragged all the way to the right. Or I might use these boots. Or click on the live button. I think I'm going to use these boots. More lightning res. I lose 20 fast rum walk, but I gain 10% magic find. Puts me up to 83% magic find. So let me do a quick test here. This is my single player stuff. Where's the poison bitch? Poison jab. So this will be a player's 8 test, but I'll be using a mythical sword because I don't have a plague and a crystal sword. What's up, Steven? Single player, buddy. Single player. So this is a hero edit, obviously, but oh, never mind. I have plague and a crystal sword. Sweet. Never mind. That was a waste. Okay, so this is player. Oh, I need to respec. Oh, I don't have infinity though. Shit. Which character would infinity be on? Infinity would be on this one, maybe? This one. Nothing crazy, honestly, just Trang's belt. But I'm just doing a quick test here. I wanna...
I'll put that to good use.
Test out a plague idea for a fire druid for ladder. So it's not on that one. On Lucky Light Sorceress, maybe? That'll work. Whatever. No, not infinity.
Hello.
I'll put that to good use.
This is going to be a player's 8 test using Plague. And we'll see if it actually procs or if it's a dog shit idea. We should just be using crystal swords. Okay, so it went off twice. Gone off twice now. 3 times. Am I wrong in saying that this is going off consistently? It seemed like I'm actually getting a relatively consistent lower resistance proc here. Went off again. And this is Player's 8 difficulty. Like, perfect gear. Perfect gear, hero edited, but... I don't know, guys. I think I'm gonna use Plague. I literally just Telestomp and I cast Fissure. And if I want to, I can use Boulder. Not today. It's a project that I'll do over several days. I'm just testing... doing a quick test run here. Now this is the biggest thing here is like nothing. I'm not benefiting from all this over res, but I can't test with Thunder Charms and shit, but I feel like it goes off relatively frequently enough. It might not be as constantly consistent as but I feel like it's a pretty good, I don't know. I feel like it could be a pretty AFK build, right? Just kind of like Telestomp. Like your Armageddon's going, you cast a Fissure. I don't know if I would recommend it for, maybe if you really take your time. I don't know if it's a really good, like I feel like Wind Druid is a better starter build. Just because, like it's a better starter druid for hardcore. Because Cyclone Armor is going to absorb resistance like crazy. You'll have more points. There's not as many synergies for the Wind Druid tree as there is Fire, so you're going to have more points into like stronger Oak Sage. So you have more plus life and absorb. It's going to be slower as a Wind Druid, but I feel like it's safer. And I always feel like if you're going to play a hardcore character, you want to prioritize being slow and tankiness over clear speed and killing shit, right? Like you don't want to die. You die, you're dead. So I would, my opinion, I think the Wind Druid's better choice for hardcore. If anyone wants to chime in, I don't play a ton of hardcore, but I do play a ton of Druid. I definitely think Wind Druid early on is going to be a little bit more tanky. We're just experimenting Dovian, not necessarily committing. But I wanted to give it a go for like a full month, just to see how it pans out. Just to see like how viewership goes, if I make more money, there's a better revenue split. Like it's like I'm just trying to give it a go, and I think it works better for my content creator. Like I just think it works out better. I really feel like if you want to make it on Twitch, you have to spend a lot of time streaming on Twitch. Like you want to use different platforms like YouTube and stuff to bring in new viewership, but if you're not streaming, you're not growing on Twitch. So you really need to like sit your ass in the chair and stream 5 times a week. But I can't do that, and I never will be able to do that. So kind of almost feel like YouTube is a better complement for me. I need to make a command for that. Can someone test if my Streamlabs bot is working? Can you just type !like? I just want to see if the timer command is working the way it's supposed to be. Because if it is, next stream I'm going to make an !switch command. Because I've answered that question a few hundred times now. So weird. Everything is set up the same way. Like the timer command works, but the Like the timer works, but the exclamation commands don't work. I don't know why. It's really weird. I think it's something to do with YouTube, to be honest. Because adding a bot is the same as adding it on Twitch. I never had that issue.
Welcome to
No, I don't stream daily. I was actually going to make a video, but I want to make a video on like the recommended starter builds, like new starter builds for ladder for patch 2.5. Wanted to come up with like 3 new budget builds if you're kind of bored of playing the meta just with Terror Zones, but the only thing is I feel like it's a video I should wait till we get the finalized patch notes, make sure nothing has changed. I don't know why, like, it's so weird. None of the bots seem to work properly on YouTube. Budget builds. I think Plague, Javelin, and Lightning Fury combo, I think that's going to be a sleeper build for Terror Zones. I think that going, honestly, like... Well, Blizzard Sorceress for sure. And I think the hybrid Javelin. I was trying to think of like a third... I don't want the character to be based on a Sunder Charm, but with Terror Zones now and the combination of like lightning and poison damage, I feel like Amazon will be really good. Blizzard Sorceress will just be, once you get a cold Sunder Charm, it should be really good. You guys think Trapson will be really good? I mean, I don't think that she's that... A budget Trapson, I don't think is... When you get to the gear that I have, I think a Trapson's decent. I think kind of like really budget, I think Trapson's like a little bit underperforming. IMO, but... Or honestly, yeah, just Foden. Well, the thing about a Foden, though, is with the introduction of Terror Zones, a lot of the Terror Zones have animal-type monsters. Not all of them, but I'd say, like, what would you say? Like, definitely, like, at least a third of them. Maybe up to 45% of them. I think a lot of them have animal-type monsters now. Which, that's, like, the real big bane of the Fist Evans Paladin. That's a cool idea, going pure fire traps. It's a really cool idea. Especially if Sunder Charms start to work, like, yeah, going pure Wake of Fire.
Greetings.
But Wake of Fire has how big is the next hit delay again on Wake of Fire? Cap lightning res, that's good. Four frames? Okay, it's not that bad. I just thought the Wake of Fire's damage has always been pretty low. You know what I mean? It's great for normal, pushing into Nightmare, but for like hell difficulty. But then Fire Blast is super strong, so you could just run around spamming Fire Blast. Yeah, Wake of... Is it Wake of Inferno, I think? I've never used that trap other than maybe like messing around as a fire traps and waiting to spawn like a couple traps before Diablo spawns. Like besides that, I don't think I've ever messed around with that skill. Probably one of the worst skills in the game. Wake of Inferno, whatever it is. It's probably one of the worst skills in the game. What do I think about Nova Sorceress? It is a strong character. Even stronger with Sunder Charms. A lot of really good budget options. Like you can use Crescent Moon and a Crystal Sword. But personally, I prefer the point and shoot playstyle of Lightning or Chain Lightning. But that's a personal preference thing. If I had to pick between Nova or Lightning, I would much rather go Lightning. But again, some people are the opposite. They much prefer Nova. Thank you, Sam. If they ever added new skills, which they never will, but it would be pretty cool. If they had like a poison trap and a cold trap, that would be pretty cool. You think Fury's the best melee? Best budget melee? Probably, yeah. Fury's really strong. Oak Sage, like Feral Rage, tons of Life Leech. You can get a decent weapon. I'm wondering how a really decked out Fireclaw build is going to work now. Like, I'm just thinking in my head here. Ravenlore, obviously. Infinity Mercenary. What about Hand of Justice and a Phase Blade? With Sunder Charms now, you'll be able to have almost every monster at negative 100 fire res. And you can get like a 20k Fireclaw. So I'm thinking that you're just gonna run around slapping shit for like after the negative. Yeah, you could go Phoenix too. Yeah, honestly, Phoenix, Hand of Justice, and Ravenlore, and a Sunder Charm and an Infinity Mercenary. Every single monster will be at negative 100 resistance. If you have like a 20k Fireclaw, it's gonna you're just doubling it to 40k. Every single slap from your bear is gonna be doing 40k fire damage. Yeah, it is going to fucking wreck shit up. I don't think I would even go bear, honestly. I think I would go wolf. Hand of Justice phase. It is an extreme expensive character, yes. But so is like a Fathom Sorceress or whatever. But I'm thinking you're better off going... So, max Fireclaw, Firestorm, and Molten Boulder for full synergy effect. Then I think you're better off going 20 Werewolf, 20 Lycanthropy, 1 into Feral Rage. So you use Feral Rage to run around quicker, and then just slap shit with Fireclaw. You can attack quicker with the Phase Blade. You know what? I actually would have to test that. I'm going to test that next round. I'm just going to throw a Phase Blade and Shapeshift. I think you can attack quicker in a Phase Blade as a wolf, can't you? Things change with the Shapeshifting IS breakpoints. But regardless, I think I would rather have the faster run walk bonus than Feral Rage. That honestly might be my endgame build. Like my true endgame build. Bilky, what's going on, man? Did you catch the Hand of Justice Werewolf conversation we're having? I think that's going to be my true endgame build, Bilky. Hand of Justice and a Phase Blade, Ravenlore, and Phoenix. Every single monster that you'll be hitting, Bilky, with a Sunder Charm and Infinity Mercenary will be at negative 100 resistance. And then I'm pretty sure that you can get close to 20, 25k Fireclaw. And so since every monster will be at negative 100, you'll be doing like 40 to 50k Fireclaw. So you're just going to run around one shot slapping shit. You're fucking insane. I don't collect belts. Well, I have found an endgame amulet, but if I get a crazy 220 Druid caster amulet, I mean, we'll use it. But you're right, because I found Mara's, I'm not really in a rush. You can't. You can only cast Hurricane Bilky and Armageddon. Are you thinking I should cast Hurricane for crowd control or something? If I wanted to, I could pump a bunch of points into Armageddon. Go like an Armageddon Fireclaw hybrid, but I feel like I'd just be better off just slamming Feral Rage for faster run walk. Yeah, it would be, that would be a good way to add some AoE. I could get AoE from Armageddon though, but... Or Foden. Are you committing to Foden, Mendo? Yeah, the only reason I was thinking Hurricane Bilky was just crowd control, CC. That's the only thing I was thinking. Let me pause it for a second. I have a shape-shifting build somewhere. Thank you guys for the likes, I appreciate that. Okay. Whatever. I just quickly threw on Reaper's Toll. I don't have Jalals on this build. And I don't have Shapeshifters, but that's fine. Whatever. So I'm losing out on some optimized skills here, for sure. Just want a rough idea. Okay, never mind. That's not a really good test. Because I am... Like, I need more plus skills. Because I would probably use Chains of Honor, Jalals, that's plus 6 skills. Would use a different weapon. Shapeshifting skillers, because yeah, that's pretty bad. 6k. I have an older video somewhere. I think I have a patch 2.4 Fireclaw video where I'm pretty sure I was like around 20k Fireclaw. I wish they added teleport to shapeshifting. It would make it a very powerful build, in my opinion. Why you go no charger? What does charger mean, oh goose? But I think there's a lot of cool things you could do with shapeshifting if you could teleport. I don't know. Oh, charger paladin? I don't know. I never made a full-on charging paladin before. I've always used charge as like a mobility skill. A great mobility skill, but I never really like used it as a damage skill. I've actually made that video, Grinsu. If you're interested, just search Dabrunski125 Maul Werebear patch 2.4. I literally made that video. It was a little bit slow. Because it was slow like you're trying to find Isuel and you have to like single-handedly kill each monster as you work your way through like just like trying to find him. But once I got to any of the mini-ubers, it was completely fine. You just get life up, maul, it's uninterruptible. You might miss because the attack rating is a little bit of an issue. But it's a really good viable setup. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Fireclaw Wolf, guys. All shapeshifting skillers. Should be a cool build. We don't know fully yet. I think someone did some game code mining, and it was about the rarity of a Geed's Grand Charm. But if they only exclusively drop from champions or boss packs in Terror Zones, and they have Geed's Grand Charm rarity, they're not going to drop very frequently. Like, they're going to be relatively rare charms, which kind of fits into that whole narrative of I think a lot of people knee-jerk reacted. Like, the initial response was, oh my god, Blizzard Sorceress can now clear everything, one-shotting, this is ridiculous, we need to flip Cold Mastery, but they're going to be relatively rare charms. So,
Good day.
they're not, like, only champions and boss packs, not regular monsters, and if it's Geed's Grand Charm rarity, they're not going to drop as frequently as people think. Again, they're not going to be like Zodrune rarity, but... I haven't found a Geed's Grand Charm yet. At least on this character, I haven't found a Geed's Grand Charm yet, which... I'm gonna do another 1,000 Stoney Tomb Run video. I've already done a 500 Stoney Tomb Run video. I did 400 Indarial runs there. Like, I think people are slightly overestimating how frequently they're gonna drop. So, and then a lot of the videos that are showing off like fire sorceresses, they're GG, but that's assuming you have an infinity. And I get spammed on my YouTube comment section all the time. There's a lot of viewers that have never made infinity, or they get kind of close to it and that's the end of the ladder. So I don't think it's always fair to just assume everybody has infinity. I did find a Trang's belt today though, Bilky, which is honestly actually pretty GG. For me anyways. Not being frozen as a running character is actually pretty solid. Currently running P1, yes. When I get a little bit stronger, I'll jump up to P3. Basically, I just want to get a CTA so my mercenary doesn't die. And preferably, if I can get Thunder God's Vigor, that'll just make it so that I can just absorb beetle damage, and then I'll probably jump up to P3. But my mercenaries had a couple close calls, and the Oak Sage will just die instantly all the time on P3, so I just want to get a little bit stronger before I jump up the difficulty. Hey, Phoenix! Guys, can I tell you a funny story about my buddy Phoenix and moderator? So he was in Mitskif's chat on Twitch. And then Mitskif made some dumb joke or something about getting people in his chat to spam exclamation 12 or something if they were 12 years old. So my buddy Phoenix posted exclamation 12. Twitch freaked out and banned him. So he's still not got his account back yet. But here's the kicker. Twitch changed it so that you used to have to reach a $100 threshold to get a payout on Twitch because he was streaming on Twitch. They changed it to a $50 threshold. So he had an $80 threshold on Twitch, which Twitch paid him out, but he's still banned. So he's been banned for months, but Twitch is like, oh shit, we owe you $80. Here you go, Phoenix. Sometimes the level of thinking on the end of Twitch, I actually don't understand it. And it goes with like the girl that had sex on stream that they didn't ban. Like it's just genuinely fucking baffling some of the shit that they do, man. I don't know. But yeah, Phoenix got his $80 back. He hates Twitch. Now he's done with Twitch. Thank you for the extra membership, Phoenix. They are a bit of a dumpster fire when it comes to banning. It is just all over the place. It's all over the fucking place. Like, somebody says a bad word, they shouldn't say it, banned forever. Somebody has sex on Twitch, 7-day ban. She comes back, she's got 100,000 TikTok followers and shit. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Not that hard to figure out. you have sex live on stream, you permanently get banned. It's not that hard. Like, it's really not that fucking hard. I don't get it. Thank you for this, your membership fee. Sorry, chat, for having to listen to my little Twitch rant. If you can make the money, they won't ban you. True. But this was a brand new streamer that had less than 1,000 followers. Is she making Twitch very much money? No. Not at all. I have not made a grail for this character. This character, I don't really want to do the whole grail tracking thing. I just want to make the best possible... Just the best possible fire druid that I can. If I find a couple other really crazy items, like if I find a fathom, I might make a cold sorceress in single player, like we'll see. But... I'm just gonna kind of make the characters based on the gear that I find, right? So, yeah, find a fathom. Might make a cold sorceress. If I find griffins, I might make a Jabazon. If I find D-web, I might make a poison necro, yada yada yada. Right now, we're just focusing on the fire druid, which is actually... My character's in a pretty good place now. I got 2,500 life when my Oak Sage is active. Pretty good damage. Mercenary survives. Decent, like what we're averaging. It says average of 4 minutes of run, but that's also because I do spend some time, like, stopping and chatting and that, but... Decent run times, decent gear. Stoney Tombs might get boring after a while, but... No grailing for me. This is just, like... a character to play for fun while I'm waiting for the ladder to reset. That's all it really is. I want to do a ton of group farming content with Terrazones. Like, I don't know if my buddy Mendo committed or not. I think I asked him. Maybe he did. I missed it. But we're thinking... Mendo, we don't want to counter for that. If Mendo goes Conviction Paladin, I go Fire Druid, and maybe we get like a third consistent person to farm. I want to do a lot of like 3-man Terrazone farming. Because I feel like with that combination, we can pretty much go anywhere. And I know I shouldn't care about the you are? Okay, sweet. I know I shouldn't care about that Twitch thing, but it just aggravates me. I did ask Sweet Phil if he wants to run with us. Yeah, honestly, actually a bow barb that would run around and like item find. Well, obviously the bow barb would probably want to like kill shit too, which is fine. But yeah, if you had a bow barb, Conviction Aura, magic damage, I'm fire, physical, massive conviction support, battle order support. We have Oak Sage. We should be able to 3 or 4 days into like the ladder. We should be able to pretty much crush. I don't see why we couldn't crush Terror Zones. Like, that's a pretty good damage spread, right? Magic, massive Conviction Aura, we'll have massive plus life from Oak Sage and Battle Orders, item find. Like, that's a pretty solid team. Is Geets tradable? It's always tradable. It's probably worth a bit more at the start of a ladder, but... I think the one thing that I'm most excited for is going to be like... You know when like the terror, like when it says the evil is dissipating for the terror zone? It's going to be interesting because everyone's going to be like, oh shit, what's the next zone? What's the next zone? And then it's going to be like... It's either going to pick a shitty area and everyone's going to be like, oh, that sucks. Or it's gonna be like Talrash's Tombs, and then everyone's gonna just like flip their shit. Be like, oh shit, Talrash's Tombs. And then we're just gonna like go like crush cows, crush Talrash's Tombs, crush Tristram. But then if it's like the sewers in Act 3, everyone's gonna be like, ah, this is shit, let's go farm chaos. It's gonna make me stay up a lot later on streams too. Like I'll be doing like a night stream and I'll be like, oh, let's just wait for the next terror zone. Ah, let's just wait for the next terror zone. It'll be like 1 in the morning. Ah, let's just wait till 2. Let's just check out the next terror zone. It's gonna be bad, 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 bad. But Phoenix, imagine cows that actually give you experience, because they'll have a higher monster level with terror zones. Should be pretty sick. Anybody in chat have a lot of grinding experience on Diablo Immortal, Diablo 3, or Season 1 of Diablo 2 Resurrected? I'm just curious. I'm wondering if anybody here in chat will be nabbed for the Diablo 4 closed beta. I think you just get randomly selected, right? So see what happens. It will be pretty exciting, right? Did they say they bring people who did a lot of grinding? It said specifically they're going to randomly select people that have a lot of endgame time on Diablo 2 Resurrected, Diablo Immortal, and Diablo 3. So they're just basically going to see how much Battle.net game time you have invested in those games and the content. So oh, you watched the leaked footage? I think some people are they're just stupid when it comes to that NDA stuff. It's unfortunate because the only way, like, I feel like it's a lose-lose for Blizzard, because if they just slap them on the wrist and they're like, hey, what are you doing? That's an NDA. You shouldn't be sharing it. Then the person will be like, oh shit, yeah, I shouldn't have. But then if nothing happens, like, they don't learn their lesson, right? But then if Blizzard goes after them and sues the pants off them, which they can. I've signed NDAs before with Blizzard. You can get fined up to like $100,000. Like, but then, like, do you want to set an example by ruining some dumbass's life who doesn't understand what NDA is? I don't know. I don't know. Has Vince McMahon ruined people's lives? Never followed the WWE, ever. Not even as a kid growing up. Why didn't the WWE let Stone Cold Steve Austin beat the Undertaker, though? That's the only thing that I know, is that they made the Undertaker beat him, right? Why? Stone Cold is cooler than the Undertaker. I know it was like 20 fucking years ago. That was the only time that I haven't exclusively moved off of Twitch, guys. I'm just giving YouTube a month. I want to make like an educated decision. I feel like it fits better into my streaming platform and the type of content that I create. But I also don't want to just make a knee-jerk reaction and leave Twitch. Like, I want to, like, do a month-to-month basis, see which one... More subs, more viewers, more followers, that kind of thing, and just sort of go from there.
Good day.
What's a dark bale? Do you mean sea bale? Yeah, they're probably gonna be like, we want to invite 500 testers. We're gonna grab 200 from Diablo 3, 200 from Diablo 2, 100 from... I know, Germani, I know. It's for people that have been over there forever, I know. That's why I might just keep going back and forth. I'm not sure yet, I'm undecided. I can go back and forth, yeah, I can. It's kind of a pain in the ass, like I need to... It's not really a pain in the ass, I just have to spend about an hour. I gotta log out of OBS on YouTube, I gotta log into Twitch, I need to change the settings, I need to change bitrate settings, resolution settings, because I can stream 1440 on YouTube, but I can only stream 1080 on Twitch. It seemed like I average about 100 to 150 more viewers on YouTube. I get more subs on Twitch, but I get a better revenue split on YouTube, so it's about the same. I don't know. What are you laughing at, Lucky? Laughing at lovechat1.xyz, best adult dating site, click here? Man, there's people that need those services. Why are you laughing? I can stream anything on either platform. They're more strict on enforcing copyright on YouTube. So I can probably stream copyright music on Twitch, and there's like a little bit of chance I'll get away with it. YouTube is like a no-no. You're screwed. But Furious Sun Spirit. But I also think the biggest reason is I think that this is up for debate. Some people might agree or not agree. I feel like D2 is on life support on Twitch right now. That's just me. I feel like it's on life support. So that was kind of like another motivating factor for me. We'll see. Thank you, Art. Man, it is tough to get a really good flickering flame base, to be honest. I have not found a decent Druid pellet, and I've been checking them consistently ever since I started this character. No, but I just mean like in general. Like there's less than... I don't think at any given time, unless it's like a ladder reset, I don't think that there's more than 500 to 1,000 people watching the category. I don't follow it that specifically, but that's kind of like what I've seen. Perfect base. I think 3 to Fissure, 3 to Armageddon, Germani. Roll Flickering Flame, you get +6 to both of those skills. Negative res, Holy Fire for massive fire res. But that is an extremely difficult base to find. Wait, you think... I think it's still got a pulse. You think it has no pulse, Lucky? I mean, it'll pick up for reset. It always does, but I think as a whole, I feel like it's less dead on YouTube, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I think there was a time, like, 2 years ago where there would be more viewers for D2 than what D2R has right now. I think so anyways, but... Yeah, I'm not saying that the odd person might not have a couple hundred viewers, but I also feel like, look at the platform as a whole. Plus, how many of those are just max roll embedded views too? There's that too, right? Which I'm not like trying to discredit anybody, or I'm not saying it's completely dead, but I just think as a whole, I think it's, I don't know. There used to be like 20, 30,000 people watching it at any given time, right? Stream from a hot tub?
I can't carry it.
Like, let me actually just check something. Oh, actually, it's a little bit higher than what I thought. 1.6k viewership right now on D2. That's not bad. That's actually a little bit higher than what I thought it would be. I've seen it as low as like 300, 200 before. Well, that's the thing too. Like, I don't know if people know this, but like, do people like know what embed views are and like how many of them are on Twitch and how many people actually use them? Like, I'm just curious if people actually know how many. Do people know what an embedded view is and how many of them are on? Like, I don't know. People probably don't even know what that means, but. No clue what an embedded viewer is? Yeah. An embedded viewer is when a website has like... So a website has like a tiny player in the corner that's like, this person is streaming. Then if someone's watching that, or someone's reading that website, it then funnels that website view as a view on Twitch. The thing is, though, that view isn't actually a view. I've had people... Yeah, like, I've seen streamers that have, like, 2,000 viewers, and their chat doesn't move. Or you get raided by them, and then you get, like, a 200-person view raid. Where did the 800 people go, right? That's the thing, yeah. And it's what the annoying or sort of semi-frustrating thing about that is if you actually have legitimate viewership, but you might only have legitimate 100, Twitch recommends the other one higher. Like, at the end of the day, I don't really care, but I think it's kind of really cheesy and lame, but oh well. No, embed views sit there the whole stream. But it doesn't matter. It's just kind of obvious when it happens. Steve G, thank you so much for the Istrum membership, my dude. Okay, well hold on to that. Ethereal lacquer plate. Actually, we'll try rolling sockets in it. We will try rolling sockets in that and see if we can use that as an ethereal armor for mercenary. Thank you so much, Steve. Yeah, at the end of the game, it doesn't, or at the end of the day, it doesn't actually, embedded viewership doesn't give you more money, but it just makes you more searchable on Twitch. That's all. And Sam Jacobson coming in with the pull rune, and Steve G with the Istrum. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I could say for me, I wouldn't want to be sitting there and it says like I have 1,000 viewers, but then no one to talk to. I feel like that would be pretty awkward for me. But I don't think they count as ad revenue. No, they just count as like a tick viewership number, I believe. What about a chatting counter where, like, if any person was chatting last 10 minutes, it counts as 1 or something? I have no idea. Like, that's all on, like... It'd be whatever Twitch wanted to do. I got the grass cut this morning, I did. Got the dogs walked, did some house cleanup, did some whippersnipping. Yeah, so reward myself with a little bit of a stream. Probably, my wife's in, what do you call it? She's in a conference right now, so I'm not sure what time she'll be back, so I'll probably be making a dude meal tonight. But, yeah, we'll see. And yeah, I don't give a... I really actually don't give a flying fuck if people use embedded views. It's just funny that not a lot of people know what an embedded view actually is. Superior Falcon Mask. Well, I mean, yeah, dude meal. I might make like chicken noodle soup and a bagel or something. I don't know. It's a dude meal. What else do you call it? Why am I doing 1K Stoney Tombs runs now? Just... I don't know. To give myself something to do while I wait for the ladder. This is my single player fire druid, and we're just having fun with it. This is kind of like my side project where, you know what's funny is I'm actually in my underwear right now. My fucking stream room gets hot, guys. My computer pumps out a ton of heat. I have to turn on my little AC in my room, and I take my pants off so I stay cooler longer. I don't have to do it in the winter. That's why I laugh so hard when, too much information? Dude! I just say I'm sitting in my underwear. I'm not giving you information on, like, my last bowel movement. Come on, bro. It'd be the same thing if I was, like... swimming at the pool. I'm in my boxer briefs. Stand up and show you guys your... Oh, yeah. No. Technically, everyone's sitting in their underwear. Yeah, my Sax underwear. Does anyone in chat use Sax underwear? This stuff is awesome. It's like the best underwear brand I've ever used. Highly recommend. American Eagle boxer briefs. It's not that I have one of those like room AC units, and it's actually really good because it's just like a circulating hot air comes from the computer, and then like the AC pumps it out my window. Like it works not too bad, but my streaming setup is on the second floor of my house, so hot air rises when it's 30 degrees out. It's relatively warm, but it's mostly my computer. Like my computer dumps out a ton of heat, so it would just be like imagine sitting in an upstairs room in your house for 5 hours. You're in the summer. I do have central AC, Bilky, yeah, but it doesn't do. the biggest thing is it's like, imagine turning on a baseboard heater in a small room in your upstairs of your house and just have that baseboard heater cranked for 5 hours. Eventually the room gets warmer, right? That's what my computer does. Like my computer is literally a constant baseboard heater. The central AC does help, but it's not, because the AC unit's taken like an average of the whole house, right? Anyways, best adult dating site. I thought Plenty of Fish was the best adult dating site. Or Tinder, or whatever. Man, dating has changed so much since I was, like, a single dude. Seriously, it has changed so much. Like, I met my wife through mutual friends. Like, it sounds like such a boring, like, when people are like, how did you meet? The way people met like 40 years ago, met through mutual friends. Now everybody's like, oh, I met TikTok, or I met on this online dating thing, I met on that. I met the old school way. Didn't meet in a church book club? Dating sucks so much, DB. That's why I'm glad I met your mom last year. Now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Lemon! Lemon's a good buddy, but Lemon! Come on, man. You said you were dating that cute girl from Alberta. You didn't say you were dating my mom. Talking about dating is such a Tinder subject. It's just changed so... You met your wife on a forum? That's interesting. I don't know. Things have just changed so much. Like... A lot of times I don't think it's even changed for the better either. Do you have acres of land where you are? No. I do have a relatively decent sized backyard compared to... Like, okay, my backyard is like... Kind of like, you know, from the movies, like the white picket American fence kind of thing. Kind of like that, but I don't have a white picket fence. Like, I don't know, it takes me like half an hour to cut my grass. But, like, I don't have no yard, but I don't have like acres, if that makes sense. It's just regular like suburban, whatever, house in town or whatever. I did grow up on a farm though. Totally different. Married your friend's sister? Interesting. How is that dynamic? What build am I going for ladder? I'm gonna go for Fire Druid. Which I know is ironic because I'm playing a Fire Druid right now, but... We were testing out earlier. I want to do Ravenlore, Flickering Flame, Phoenix, and Plague Crystal Sword. We were testing it, people were like, oh, well, low res isn't going to go off that often, yada yada yada, but it actually goes off pretty frequently. When it goes off, it's negative 57 res. There's also the possibility I might not actually even roll a Phoenix. Because with the Ravenlore, Infinity Mercenary, and the negative 57 from the Plague, lower res proc, I don't think... Like, I think the negative fire res from Phoenix is actually overkill. So it might actually be more damage to just use Spirit, which is a lot cheaper. But then a lot of people said, well, you're assuming that your lower res proc is on all the time. Which I did a little test, and as long as I have Enigma, I basically teleport on top of a monster pack. I cast Fissure. And then Plague was going off constantly. The lower res was going off constantly. Like sometimes even 2 or 3 times a monster pack. So my reasoning here is, so I only have to make an Enigma and Infinity. I know it says only, but Enigma, Infinity, And Plague is cheaper than Enigma, Infinity, and Phoenix. But also, I'll make Enigma first. Plague is relatively cheap, but the build will still work really, really well with Sunder Charm, Ravenlore, and Plague. Like the build will work effectively well with your lower res proc, teleporting around, and like an Insight Mercenary. I'm not like...
Good day.
It is K-Rider shot. Like the endgame setup, I will probably be using Phoenix just because the redemption is GG. But I can make the build not kick ass, but I can make the build very strong from just getting Enigma and Plague. So I need a Jawbur and a Cham. Jawbur, Cham, and an Ohm for CTA. Everything else is relatively cheap. So that's kind of like the direction I'm sort of thinking about going. I made a 35 facet sword with the lower res one. That's a cool idea, GX. I just don't like the idea of just the casting the curse, personally. So even though I'm sure it worked fantastic, I'd much rather just have Plague and then rely on the lower res proc. That's a cool idea. Yeah, I think they're gonna be pretty good. Facets have never worked with traps. But currently Sunder Charms don't work with traps, but apparently the dev team is going to address that, and they're gonna have it so that Sunder Charms do work with traps. So it will be pretty interesting. Another thing too that people I think are kind of sleeping on Plague is you get the Cleansing Aura. Cleansing Aura is pretty strong. Like, you're constantly, if you have a curse on you, it's gone in like 5 seconds. If you're poisoned, it's like gone right away. Like, it's... I think it's almost, in a lot of scenarios, it's going to be a better choice than just a Fire Facet Sword. I don't know. I think there's maybe the potential to... So, like, in its current state, I think the Trapsin is balanced pretty well with the Sorceress. So her traps do less raw damage compared to like a lightning sorceress, but she has the utility, like she can summon Shadow Master, she has Cloak of Shadows, she has Mind Blast, she's got a lot of different utility, plus the Corp Explosion from Death Sentry. If you all of a sudden made it so that negative res worked with traps, you could instantly have a Crescent Moon Griffin setup, and then you're gonna have an assassin that has more life than a lightning sorceress, that has more utility than a lightning sorceress, where she probably would also have more damage and AoE effect with Corp Explosion than a lightning sorceress. So I feel like there's the... Trapsin's kind of right teetering on the edge of like she's... doesn't quite have the power of a lightning sorceress, but she at least has other aspects like the higher vitality, except... Well, I'm assuming Enigma is a base. They all have Enigma, right? But as soon as you allow res to work with traps, I think there's the potential to just have a trap assassin turn the lightning sorceress into a piece of shit. I'm speculating. I've never tried with the coding. I've never tried it, but Griffins and Crescent Moon would be like negative 50 lightning res, right? So that's negative 50 lightning res is like 50% extra damage on your traps, depending on the monster. So if you have 4 lightning sentry traps that are doing 1 to 12k, but now they're jumped up to 1 to 18k, plus your fire blast that's doing a lot of damage, plus your death sentry, like there's could potentially be overtuned. But with that being said, I think it's an interesting idea to maybe explore in the future, but I just a little bit hesitant because then I think it kind of nullifies the reason to run a lightning sorceress. Maybe, just maybe. I'm not sure though. I had a really good Trapsin the first season of Ladder. Does anybody in chat, did they roll the traps in on the like this second season or whatever, and did they use lower res with Plague? And if they did Plague actually make the traps in a bunch stronger? Christopher, thanks for giving YouTube a shot. Enjoyed the work hour stream. Say thank you for turning in during the streams, man. If I could request it, could you guys slap a like on the stream? Single best way to spread the stream. I'd really appreciate it. I have like so many orts and shit. I was gonna roll a bunch of spirits and I just never did. Did it go off pretty frequently, G-Stacks? Sobe used a lower res one until he had infinity. See, I was just wondering how... Thank you for the likes, guys. I was just wondering how like a dual claw setup with Plague actually worked. Because I just was assumed lower res would go off a ton, right? And lower res is an extra negative 57 lightning res, which would be... I think quite a bit extra damage. Use those orts to repair your... True. I'm not really spamming teleport a ton right now. I'd also would have to pick up chip gems, which I have not been picking up chip gems. But I was spamming through teleport charges like crazy when I was doing Endarial, but... I don't have a gear command set up for my Fire Druid, no. Mercenary is using Harmony. Harmony, Crown of Thieves, and Gold Skin Armor. So Capped Res, Life Leech, and Big Aurora. Jesse! Thank you so much for the $13.37 super chat, my dude. Thank you so much, man.
DBRUNKSI as L33P. Let's go chat, smash that like button. Sorry for caps, my keyboard is broken. Getting it fixed from Geek Squad soon. Okay, bye now.
Thank you, Jezzy. I appreciate the reminder, guys. Likes is the single best way to help support my stream. Slapping likes on it is very much appreciated. Thanks again, Jezzy. I think the Fire Druid's ripping pretty good, though. Can you break more Fireman's?
DBRUNKSI as L33T.
Streamlabs! What are you doing?
Sorry for
It's okay, we'll get a double read from Jezzy.
Getting it fixed from Geek Squad soon. Okay, bye now.
Double readout. Thank you, Streamlabs. Thank you, Jezzy. See, I'm sure there's some select fire immunities with Conviction and a lower res one prior to Sunder Charms that you could maybe get an additional monster break, but for the most part, the answer is no. But everything has changed with Sunder Charms. Sunder Charms is now applying Conviction and Infinity. There's a lot more, like, there's no... You just don't encounter fire immunes anymore if you have the charm. And whether or not people like that, that's a whole different thing. Some do like it, some hate it. That's an entirely separate thing, but you don't really have to worry about it anymore. Did you spec the bear, or did you get it from an item? I did put 1 hard point. So 1 hard point into Oak Sage, 1 hard point into bear, nothing into shapeshifting, and then I put everything else, 20 into Armageddon, 20 into Volcano, 20 into Fisher, 20 into Molten Boulder, and then I'm specking Firestorm last. And the reason why I did that is because I use Firestorm the least. Firestorm's not bad on single target, but Molten Boulder is also pretty good, so I don't know. But I don't think... Like, once I get teleport, it's pretty much I just use Fisher, Armageddon, and then maybe Molten Boulder the odd time. I don't really use... Volcano's okay, but I don't know. It's not that good of a skill. Yeah, it's not, like... I only really use it... Like... If there's a fire immune champion or boss, because then you're not pushing them back. But yeah, I guess you could... For playthrough, I mostly relied on Fissure. It's just Fissure just carried the build. The Molten Boulder was nice in a couple scenarios. It was pretty solid. Like Arcane Sanctuary... Agate Layer, it was really good. It's better than using Firestorm, in my opinion. Astrians is pretty rare, dude. It is. I've never actually found Astrians. How is Obedience with the Fire Druid? I think it would work good for a Fire Claw shapeshifter. I don't think it's a really good choice for an elemental fire character like what I'm playing right now. I feel like wielding a two-handed Obedience, you're giving up too many other stats for the negative fire res. Like, I get your thinking, negative fire res, I get the idea, but I'd be losing 2 doll skills, 31 faster cast rate, 55 FHR, vitality, mana. Same thing here, 3 resistances. Like, you're losing out on 4 skills, 110 FHR, 44 to vitality, 180 to mana, resistances, etc. Like, it's... Even though actually it has FHR, it has all res, you could maybe use it in like a regular scythe, but I don't know. I could try it. Honestly, I could try running around with a regular scythe, but I feel like you're better off just using like eventually Hodo and Spirit, dual Spirit for now. I do like their thinking though. That's kind of my thinking, Pedro. Also, I think it fits a little bit better into like content creation time schedule. What's up, Max? We'll see. I'm not fully committed, but I'm not gonna lie, I tried to wrap my head around and understand the XQC drama that was going all over Twitter and Twitch from the last 2 days, and I can't actually even wrap my head around it. It just seems like it's just so... It seems like it's so childish. How does YouTube Premium affect streams in terms of money? So I get paid per advertisement of a non-YouTube Premium watcher, but I also... YouTube will add up the number of people that watch me with YouTube Premium. And then they give me a percentage... Like, they give me a... They'll pay me an ad rate that's similar to if someone's just watching a regular ad, like a non-subscriber. If that makes sense. Doesn't affect me. The only difference is if you have YouTube Premium, you get all the benefits from it. Nice, Tony. 5-4 poison. And I think I unlocked a new emote today as well. So thank you to all the new members. Pretty sure I unlocked a new emote. Ooh, double totemic mask. Both ethereal, both garbage. I didn't think it'd be that hard to get. It's not like I have a Vex rune anyways, so it's not really that big a deal, but haven't even found. Yeah, I believe it's 2 words, Redmar. Click on, if you just click on the icon on the chat, Redmar, and I think because it'll say, do you want to do it? And then it should say if it's 1 word or 2. That way we'll make sure we're YouTube official. Redmar does all of my custom graphics and design effects, chat. Which should be pretty cool, because we're going to do some custom YouTube stuff. So big shout out to Redmar. Fireclaw Druid, D-Hutch. That weapon is almost tailor-made for a budget Fireclaw setup. Has FHR, really good damage, all res, crushing blow, negative fire res. Pretty much every single thing that you need to get a budget Fireclaw Druid off the ground. Like it's a solid weapon. Tons of damage. Super cheap. Isn't it like a... Does it have a pull rune? Or what's there's 1 rune in it that's like kind of a little bit rare. Co-rune. I think it's a co-rune is the highest rune. That's not even rare, so. Other than that, it's a really good... If you, like... If I was to rock an Act 2 Mercenary... Yeah, Obedience, NB. If I was to rock an Act 2 Mercenary right now... I don't need Insight. Like, a pool of 600 mana is all kinds of mana for a Fire Druid. So if you don't need Insight, if you get an Ethereal Thresher, you can make a pretty... Like, I'm going to check if I have a Co-Rune Bilky, because I have a 5-ohm socket at Thresher. So for Hell, Co, Thal, Eth, and Foul, if you don't need Insight, you can get a Thresher to do 1,000 damage. An Ethereal Thresher, roll that Rumored, and throw it on a Mercenary. Mercenary will slap. I almost wish... Like, Bilky, do you think it would be OP if... Because let's be honest. The Meditation Aura and the Critical Strike on Insight and its ED, that's pretty powerful, right? But that's the reason why nobody uses Obedience, is because because Insight has Obedience. Yeah, because Insight has Meditation, most builds use Insight over Obedience. If Obedience had like a level 5 Cleansing Aura, do you think it'd be OP, Bilky? I'm just thinking that's the only distinguishing factor. Is if Obedience had some sort of low-level aura, people would maybe use it more frequently. The reason why they don't use it is because of the level 12 to 17 Meditation Aura and Insight. It's just too good to pass up. But if it had some sort of additional aura on it... Chris, it's never too late to come back to D2, man. Pick up D2R now, I think for actually a discount. If anybody's interested there's an adult dating site from that bot. If you guys want to check it out? It's a really good place to meet some attractive women. They're actually a stream sponsor of mine. Some of the hottest European chicks ever you can find from that website. I'm not serious. Please don't click the link. It's obviously a bot link. Please. Please don't click it. I could just see some being like, DB, you asshole, I clicked the link. Your one chance. Does a Beanits on a Mercenary cast the enchant on your character? No. It's only a self-wielding enchant. I completely forgot about that. Self-wielding enchant too. Let's see if I have a co-rune, because if I have a co-rune, I have a 5 open socket at Thresher. And I have a Hell rune. I literally just need a co-rune and I can roll, so... It's my Ohm rune. I have the... is it a Lumrune too, Bilky? I don't think I have the co-rune, unfortunately. Where am I playing? I have the Ire rune too. Oh, Foul. Okay, definitely don't have a Foul rune. Oh, whatever. If we do get the runes, we can roll it. But Hell, Co, Thal, Eth, Foul. So I have the Thal, Eth, and Hell. I just don't have the Co and Foul. Okay. Anyways, this base and that rune word, basically 1,000 damage on a Mercenary. And someone asked if the Mercenary could survive. If you have a CTA and Life Leech Helmet, 1,000 damage weapon, like Mercenary is going to survive, 100%. This replay stream, it's video. This is a live stream. The way you can tell if it's a live stream or a past live stream is if you look at the bottom, another Whizspike. I have found a ton of those. Huh. Okay. Whizspike. Right at the bottom next to the volume button, you'll see a live button. If I'm not actually live and it's a replay, then that live button's not there. And also, the only way you'll catch a non-live stream on my channel is it'll be under a playlist. You go to my playlist, there's a past D2R streams playlist. All live streams go from my main channel, like the main front page, to that playlist. And then they disappear. They won't show up as a video. So if it shows up on my main channel page, it's because I'm currently live. I already answered the question, Anton. Hey Roy, what's going on, man? This is single player currently, Demetrius. This is my single player. It's what I'm playing. I'm just waiting for the... Basically it's an in-between character. It's kind of like a slow... play at my own pace, in-between character, just waiting for ladder to reset. It's basically all that it is. I have 83 Magic Find right now. And eventually, yeah, Flickering Flame, if I can get the right base, will... It's either Flickering Flame if I get a really good base, or... I kind of want to just rock... I talked about this earlier, I kind of just want to rock Spirit Keeper. 83 MF this location, oh my god, are you a newbie? This is actually his solo self-found character, so 83 MF is all that I have. So when I get more MF, I'll use it. But I need to obviously get that Magic Find first. Also, Stoney Tombs is actually a pretty sweet area to Magic Find. It's a new level 85 area, and there's no fire immunes. So, yeah, I don't know. It's actually a really good area to farm. Ravenlord would be cool, but every single monster in here has 0 fire resistance. So if I can eventually roll an Infinity, everything will basically be at negative 100, so I don't really get a huge benefit from Ravenlord. I would get a tiny benefit. But also, if you looked at the stats on Spirit Keeper, Spirit Keeper is literally tailor-made to... Anton, I'm done answering your questions. Spirit Keeper is literally tailor-made for this character. Or sorry, it's tailor-made for farming the Stoney Tombs. There's 3 types of damage in Stony Tombs. Lightning damage from beetles, poison damage, and cold damage. Spirit Keeper gives you 1 to 2 Druid skills, 20 FHR, 10 to maximum poison res, so that helps with your poison damage. 9 to 14 lightning absorb, and 15 to 25% cold absorb. So literally, I'm trying to not laugh at AYY is a comment. Don't laugh, DB. That's not a funny comment. Yeah, like, if I get Infinity, everything will be at negative res. I don't really need... Like, I'm only planning on building this character specifically for farming Stony Tombs. So if everything's already at negative 0 resistance, I just feel like why not make a build that all the damage in here will, like, basically, like, heal me. That's kind of the idea that I was thinking. Plus, one of the coolest things is I don't think a lot of builds ever use Spirit Keeper. So if I have like a fire-faceted Spirit Keeper, I'll get a little bit of damage. I'll get 2 to Druid skills, tons of absorb. Like, I just feel like it's a good all-around choice. Because this character is literally only built for one thing. Farming, Stony Tombs, and single player. If they ever bring Thunder Charms to single player, obviously I'll magic find more locations, but until that point, like, I might farm Ice Caves, maybe. But then even in Ice Caves, Spirit Keeper helps. Because Spirit Keeper, Lightning Absorb for beetles, and then Cold Absorb for any cold damage. Like, it's actually a really good helmet. And it has 30 to 40 fire res. So it kind of counteracts the negative fire resistance on Spirit. It's maybe not an optimal choice, but I definitely like want it to be viable, but I also want it to at the same time be like a little bit of a unique build. And I genuinely think Spirit Keeper accomplishes that. Well, I'm hoping that they just make Thunder Charms drop like Geed's Grand Charm in single player. Like, I really hope that's just what they do. I get that you can't copy and paste terror zones into single player. I totally get that. It's a server-wide base, like, shifting thing, and it's not an easy copy and paste according to the devs. Like, that's fine. But I would feel like it would be an easy copy paste to have Thunder Charms just drop anywhere, because if they do that, then I can farm everywhere with this Fire Druid. Like, I hope that they do that, but I'll ask the devs in the Discord to consider that. I don't know if they will or not, but hopefully they'll consider it. So, boys, 39 runs in today. No high runes. Trang's belt. That was kind of like the big upgrade today. And I guess I got better boots. 10 magic find, 22 lightning res. Which is okay, I guess. Apparently there'll be 3 windows from your ladder stash that you can take out and not replace. Yeah, that's my understanding of how it works. It's kind of similar to stashes in PoE. I did find... Did you miss yesterday's crazy drops at the end of stream, Royd? I dropped a 28 all-res Maras and Mage Fist. So I took, like, huge steps forward. I think eventually I want to... Again, I want to use T-God's belt, and I'll probably put on a Ravenfrost. So it'll probably be like Dwarf Star, T-God's Ravenfrost. Eventually I want a different helmet, Spirit Keeper, whenever that drops. But I've never played Grim Dawn. I've heard it's a pretty good game, but I've kind of like... The only ARPGs I'm sort of playing and are up to date on is mostly Last Epoch, Path of Exile, and Diablo 2 Resurrected. I really like Last Epoch. Like, I'm ecstatically excited for when that game is going to come out. I played more of PoE. I'm still a complete total noob in PoE, but I don't mind it. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you guys want to join the Discord, it should be in the description of this video. Got a pretty killer D2 community there. What's going on, Joms? Hey, Joms, I'm going to send you a single-player character file. I want you to, well, if you would like to, test it. So the Fire Druid with a Plague Crystal Sword, it procs all the time. So I have the single-player file I can send you. The only thing is you can't test it with Sunder Charms, but I'm pretty much committed to I want to roll Infinity for my Mercenary, Ravenlord for my Helmet. I'm just going to use a Spirit Shield for now, and I'm going to use Plague Crystal Sword. Because the negative 57 from lower res, the negative up to 25 from Ravenlord, plus Infinity, almost brings everything down to negative 100. So it saves me rolling an expensive-ass Phoenix. Because Enigma... Like, Enigma in CTA and Infinity is going to be enough. That's pretty expensive as it is. But then to throw Jaw Low, Jaw Vex, whatever Phoenix is on top of it, it's going to be pretty expensive. But it goes off relatively frequently, which is cool. I get the Cleansing Aura, I get +2 to all skills. The only thing, though, is that the playstyle is basically you Telestomp and Descent of a Monster Pack, Armageddon's raining down, and then you, like, cast your Fissure. Kind of thinking eventually Phoenix will play better into that style because as you kill monsters, you'll replenish your life. Like, you won't have to pot as much.
There's nothing the right
But it completely crushed Players 8 Stony Tombs, so... Just don't think you'll be able to Telestomp like cows. Might have to, like, kind of hang out on the side a little bit. They currently don't work, Preek. But Adam Fletcher posted on Twitter that the devs were looking into addressing that change. So that Facets and Negative Res still won't work, but Sunder Charms will. Now this is interesting. I'm wondering if they're going to change it in the coding so Sunder Charms works. But I'm wondering if they'll have an unintended consequence of Facets working with traps. Because if that's the case, Crescent Moon and Griffins on a Trapson would be pretty nutty. And like, I don't think they'll intentionally try and make that change, but I'm wondering if like it'll be like an unintended change. What's the best way to farm Stoney Tombs on multiplayer? If you have a sorceress, just wait in town, let the sorceress teleport around, find Stoney Tombs, open a waypoint, and then just run around together, kill shit. Probably the best way. I think there's still like a relatively committed community to PD2, but yeah, like she's not, I don't think she's going to be better than a Lightning Sorceress at all. Like, I agree with that 100%, but it will be more damage against some monsters, right? She still will be the worst, but the cat, like the spirits in Chaos Sanctuary, they have like 100 res, right? So you apply your negative 86 from Infinity, but you apply it at 1/5 efficiency, so you're only getting what, negative 18. So you're bringing them down to like whatever, right? But if they already start at 95, and then if they leave it the way that it is, Infinity will bring that 95 down another 86 points. So they'll be close to 0, which that is a boost. Yeah, you have to have infinity, period. Yes. Absolutely. You have to have infinity, period. But let's just assume you have infinity. She should do more damage against lightning immune monsters, right? Now, I don't know how much of a clear speed difference that'll have. And it won't be as insane as a lightning sorceress, because lightning sorcerers can use, obviously, griffins, crescent moon, etc., all that good stuff. But I do think, like, using plague and a claw and then having Thunder Charms, like, that will make the traps stronger. She just won't be... She won't be as strong as they could... Like, yeah, Javazon and Lightning Sorcerers will crush her, for sure. But I do think it'll be a step forward. Could be wrong, though. I mean, it's hard to speculate with this stuff because they kind of gave us shitty characters to test with. So... I think his chads play Bash Barbarian with a shield anyways. Almost would have to have lower res wand on secondary. Yeah, fuck that. I would never play like that, but yeah, you could. It would be interesting, like, if... Imagine if negative res did work for traps. Like, just imagine... Self-wielding infinity sorceress with griffins or something. You could do some pretty nutty shit. D-Hatch, that's a sweet GC, dude. That's actually a really solid GC for a shapeshifter. Like, you know how typically melee, it's like for a Boazon or like a Frenzy Barb, Whirlwind Barb, Zealot, etc. You know how typically it's always like max damage, attack rating, plus life GC is always the best for those melee characters. Shapeshifter is an exception where the shapeshifting and plus life is actually a really good charm. Because you're boosting... Like, you're boosting your flat werewolf skill, you're boosting fury, you're boosting feral rage, you're boosting lycanthropy, right? So you're boosting attack rating, damage, the duration of shapeshifting, and also the amount of plus life. All with the single skill. And then on top of that, that extra plus life, when you shapeshift in battle orders, it actually turns out to be a lot of extra life. So yeah, shapeshifting plus life is a really sweet GC. And the fact that you got 41 life, that's pretty sweet, man. G frickin' G. You should, man. It's a fun build. It's a lot better now. There's a lot more weapon choices right now, so... Dread switch. It's one of the main reasons why I switched. I have started. I still run a small pre-roll ad at the start, just because... trying to make a living as a streamer, but... yeah, I don't run 5 minutes of ads, or 2 minutes of ads in the middle of a stream. That's a Twitch thing. This is single player. PTR is closed right now. Like, they took the servers down, so you can't test anything. As far as I know, Luke, no. My understanding is it's going to be ladder only. But I do think it's going to be for consoles and PC. I hope, though, that they have Thunder Charms drop in single player. I've specifically requested that. I really hope that they implement that feature. Yeah, that's another reason why I've kind of, like, wanted to... I don't think Twitch is going to be around in 2 years. I really don't think that they're going to. Thank you, Evil. Like, I actually think in 2 years, Twitch is gone. I actually believe that. No, there's going to be no Terra Zones in single player. They said that it's not a simple, easy copy-paste. Why do I say that? There's a couple of reasons. One is that just as a whole, Google makes more money. Google makes more money. They've been signing a lot of the top creators. They're building an ecosystem. Their streaming platform now compared to 2 years ago, they fixed a ton of things. There's a lot of like improvements to YouTube streaming as a whole. Two reasons why I think that Twitch won't be here in 2 years. One is the website has actually, for the last X amount of years, been operating at a net profit loss. Twitch doesn't actually make money. People don't realize like the infrastructure and cost to run the servers is ridiculously expensive. And it is not, they don't, Twitch subs is not enough to keep it afloat. That's the first thing. The second thing is I think as YouTube continues to fix all of their shit that they're lagging in, more people visit YouTube gaming in a single day than what Twitch receives in traffic in an entire month. No, YouTube makes money. YouTube is posted, like, you can look at the financials. I'm 99% positive that the many last years that they've made money. But there's more people visit YouTube gaming in a single day than what Twitch receives as a whole, an entire month. And on top of that, Twitch has no discoverability. The big get bigger and the small struggle to be seen. That's kind of how Twitch works. Now, Twitch has the culture, the monetization, the hosts, the raids, the better chat. But I don't think long-term that's enough to keep Twitch going. It's just me, but I could be wrong. Can someone look that up, Devin? Because I'm almost positive that Google has made money. Or that YouTube, actually. I don't think YouTube operates at a net loss, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought the hot tub meta died down, or is it still a thing? No worries, Damien. What weapon are you rocking on Armageddon Fury Druid? We were just talking about earlier how I think like Obedience is actually going to be a solid budget option for. It's like you get really good damage, Crushing Blow, all res, and enchant proc, negative fire res. I think I said Crushing Blow already, and really good gear. Or really good damage. So I think it's like a really good budget option.
Greetings.
But I could be wrong. I mean, Twitch could be a thing 10, 15 years from now, but I just don't think it would be. YouTube's worldwide advertising revenue amounted to $7.34 billion US in the second quarter of 2020, representing a 5% increase year over year from August 21st. Well, I believe years ago when they first bought it, it wasn't making money. Steve? All that I know is 100% Twitch has been operating at a loss forever. I wasn't around for Justin TV. I was not around for that. Pressure, not ethereal. See, I personally don't think I think the ads are way less intrusive on YouTube. What's the worst is you might have to sit through maybe a 10-second ad you can't skip. Maybe. Most ads you can skip. Like, it's not like, I don't know. I've had to sit through like full-on massive 30-second ads to get through on Twitch. I've had people run 2 minutes of ads while I'm watching the stream. Like, it's pretty. I don't know. It wasn't F. I just quickly picked it up. Quickly picked it up. You looked at it. If it's not transparent, it's not ethereal, then I just throw it on the ground. The more and more you play the game, like, you'll get to a point where you can kind of you instantly know what to look for. So it's not too bad to distinguish if something's ethereal or not, but... After this run, I'll go to town and I'll show you, what I mean.
I can't carry it.
I appreciate you watching, Landon, during work. I debated getting YouTube Premium. The only reason is that I just don't like ad blocker because I'm a content creator, but that's a whole other thing. It would be nice if the best druid weapon was a hammer, though. Why, like, what hammer? You can use stuff like Cranium Basher if you want to. Okay, let me show you what I mean by how do I know if something's ethereal or not ethereal. You should be able to tell just by quickly scanning. So if you pick an item up off the ground, so it looks like this, I can tell, because I played this game way too many hours, I can tell that this Thresher is not ethereal, right? This is Reaper's Toll, but I can tell it's not eth, right? Here is this ethereal base. See the difference? I can tell that's ethereal. I've played enough that I don't have to set it down, I don't have to read it's ethereal, like I can just tell. And then another tip, if you're specifically looking for an ethereal, if the letter is gray, it's either going to be socketed or ethereal. If the lettering is... I don't think I have a plain... Yeah, I don't. Doesn't matter. If it's white, then you know it's not ethereal. Not ethereal, it doesn't have sockets if it's white. So if you're specifically looking for an Thresher or something with sockets, don't even bother picking up something that's white. No problem, man. Ask away any question anytime. No, I meant guys to use, there's a, now that you can hit faster as a druid, if you wanted to play like a Fireclaw or an elemental hybrid druid, there's that two-handed maul that has Crushing Blow on it, pretty good ED, has 7 elemental skills. You can now use that with the changes to IS. You can run that build with a Zod rune in it for tons of damage, 7 elemental skills, Crushing Blow. It's a really good like hybrid weapon. Forget the name. I think it's Earth Shifter. Earth Shaker is the one-handed variant. I think Earth Shifter is the two-handed variant. There's always going to be bots level. But they've actually done a pretty good job. Like, there was a bunch of significant ban waves that went through recently. And you'll always know when there's a ban wave when you just see people crying on the forums. Like, D2JSP or the actual, what do you call it? The official Blizzard forums. Like, you'll see a bunch of people crying. They're like, I don't understand why I was banned. I've only ever played the game legitimately. I've never done anything wrong. How come I'm banned? It's like, no, you were botting or you're doing something. You were botting or you're using map hack, you're using loop filter. Like, shut up. Like, you don't get flagged for doing nothing wrong. So it's just funny when you hear everybody's excuses. Jewel. Good. Oh, hey! Talrash's mask. I don't think I've ever dropped a Tal's mask from a sparkly chest before. That's actually a better helmet for my mercenary, so now if I get a Lem rune, I can roll Treachery. It's actually a really good item. It's a really good item for, like, me as a budget sorceress, but budget druid.
I'll put that to good use.
So now I can use a different body armor on my mercenary. So I could use... I don't have a Lemurn yet, so I might use Rock Fleece.
I'll put that to good use.
I can't.
Rock Fleece gives her DR. I don't know how much DR will help her. She's 64 all res instead, but I'll give it a shot. Or I could, actually, that's stupid. I should just use Shaft
I'll
Stop.
put that to good use.
30 DR, she has almost capped res. Life Leech. We'll try this combo. If it's bad, we can always switch out, but... Where did the Hawes drop? It was... I haven't dropped Hawes yet. I dropped, that... what do you call it? I dropped the Fire Hydra shield. I dropped that off of an armor rack, but... Dragon Scale. There we go. Dragon Scale. Dragon Scale. Not recent. I think it was like a month ago. There was definitely like 2 or 3 significant band waves that went through.
Hello.
I just remember because I just remember the shitstorm that followed it on DGJSB. I'm just experimenting for like I want to give it like a month, Jess, and just see if I have more YouTube members versus Twitch subs. Just kind of want to see. I feel like streaming on YouTube fits in a little bit better to kind of how I make videos. So we'll see. No, because there's no way to prove if you can get banned on D2JSB. There's no way that they can prove it that you're using it. Technically, it is against the terms of service, but... I just think it's just the all res on it. They're similar plus life, but 15 all res, life leech. Combine the 60 life with the 60 life on Shaft Stop. Like she's got 3,000 life with Oak Sage. But yeah, all res versus fire res basically. Ideally, I would just like to use Treachery. Because Treachery, when she has the Fade proc, she'll have completely capped res, not 64. She'll have similar DR, a little bit less, but then she'll attack really quickly. So she'll be just spamming her Freezing Arrow. Did I say Mana Leech, Goner? The Mana Leech is useless. It's just purely for the 10 life leech and all res. And then she's got 60 life from the helmet. Oh, never mind, she's got flatlined. That beetle would have taken her out. That was the beetle that took my Merc out, 100%. Oh yeah, no, they don't use mana, so. But yeah, eventually Treachery, and I'll use that setup. Like, if I get a CTA, I may switch to an Insight Mercenary, but I don't. We'll see what it's like on P3 difficulty, but I don't really have a problem clearing monsters. So I kind of think I'd rather have the Harmony faster run walk than to have an Act 2 mercenary. But we'll see. Maybe I'll give it a shot, but... What do you guys think? If I got a Malrune and I got a Istrune, and if I could roll CTA, because I already have the Ohm Rune, what do you think would be a better setup for my running Druid? Harmony? Or actually rolling an Insight Act 2 Mercenary? Act 2 Mercenary, I could have like Holy Freeze, but I kind of feel like the faster Realm Walk from Vigor. I haven't tried it on a budget, NV. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
There's nothing. The right portion
I
can't
don't actually know how a budget... Everything would be at 0 fire res, so I think maybe your damage would be decent.
Blessings to you.
I think if you have, like, eventually, if you had, like, Dual Dragon and Hand of Justice, then yes. Rocket Conviction Aura, you'll just charge through Stony Tombs, you'll just melt everything. On a budget, I'm not sure. Yeah, everyone's thinking Harmony until I get Enigma. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. And her freezing arrow shot's actually pretty strong. Can anyone confirm, did I put the wrong date? But I'm pretty sure the stream says 22/02/09/20. I'm pretty sure. Can anybody confirm? Because maybe Anton doesn't know how to read numbers? I don't know. Correct? Okay. Alright, so I thought so. Okay. Thank you, boys. G-Stacks. Oh, is it because he wants, like, the month or the date in a different order? Oh. I just went by what Windows. Like, Windows is 22, or 2022, 0920. I don't know, that's what I just did what Windows did. Should be 092022. Year, month, day. See, that's the way I've always been told to do it, but at the end of the day, it's just, I don't think it's that big a deal. Alexander, your country is day, month. Oh, yeah, could be backwards. Yeah. Fair enough. How do you set up the run counter? I have an older video on my channel if you want to check it out. Just search Dabrunski125 run counter. It's a free to download counter. You just set it in manual mode. You hook yourself up with the hotkey to a macro on your keyboard. So for me, I just hit enter. So when I hit enter, it automatically sequences. It sequences enter, then H, then control, then Q. What that does, it does that all in a sequence from pressing one button. That just recycles the game, selects hardcore, selects hell, and then it resets the counter. From the Netherlands, it's day, month, year. However, I like year, month, day better. Interesting. Yeah, but everyone who writes the day differently, like, does anybody care that it's that's a different order than what they're like? I don't think nobody cares. Like, I think only one person actually cares. Before Twitch could die, YouTube needs to fix this bot problem. Yeah, I don't know how to, you know. I'm sure there's some bot setting that I can get it to be more restricted, but the bot's hardly working as it is. None of my exclamation commands work. It's just randomly, like, the timer goes off. Like, it's just something's wacky with YouTube. It's all, like, I know how to set up a bot, like I do it on Twitch. Like, they work flawlessly, but yeah, I could maybe see about permanently banning. Next time it pops up, I'll see if I can permanently ban. God dang it. Maybe I just have to temporarily use a different body armor. Shaft stop is nice, but the mercenary doesn't stay alive, and there's...
Good day.
Mage Fist and Mara's was the two big upgrades. So I did jump up quite a bit in terms of DPS. Let's just throw... You need to use that garbage armor. Yeah, okay. Whatever. I'll just use that
Put that
now.
to good use.
The caps are res out. It's not that exciting, but... This is number 48. It's gonna take a long time to do 1,000. This is like a slow level process. But yeah, I'm currently doing P1 farming. I'm level 90. But yeah. Should be this corner, I think. Maybe this corner. Will I play Season 2? Absolutely. I'm super excited to play online. I want to do a lot of like community farming, like just terrorite, just small, tight group of people. Like I just want us to share loot and just run through like players 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 terror zones as like coordinated groups. It should be a ton of fun. Really actually looking forward to online. The fact that now I can rock like a crazy fire druid, rip through Chaos Sanctuary, I can do like bail runs. Like there's a lot of like cool opportunities now. It's actually one of the advantages, Enyo, to YouTube. YouTube, you can stream at higher resolutions and higher bit rates. Twitch caps you at 1080. And they make the argument, they cap your bit rate so low that you can make the argument that even 720p streaming is actually, in some scenarios you could argue is better than 1080. But yeah. YouTube, I can go 13, 14, 15,000 kilobytes per second. Go up to 1440. Why no picky up White Scepter? What would I use it for? Could be the 1 in a million +3 to Fist of Heavens +3 to Conviction Paladin thing that I could rock like CTA in, I guess, for Foden, but for single player, I don't usually hunt for those insane GG things. I usually just go with like a standard like auto setup, auto spirit. So honestly, just lazy. That's why I don't check that. The only crazy item that I'm trying to hunt for is a Flickering Flame base. So I check all Druid pelts in case I can get like a 3 to Fissure, 3 to Armageddon Druid pelt. I'd love to roll Flickering Flame in that. Are you a Twitch streamer, Corey? Yeah, 1440p, like it's cool if you have a 1440p monitor, because then you can actually experience it. But if you're just watching on a phone, I don't think on a phone you can tell the difference between... Like, I think you can tell the difference between 720 and 1080. But I can't really tell the difference between 1080p 60, 1440p 60, and 4K 60 on a phone. On a phone, I can't really tell the difference, but... Hey, I could maybe use Griswold's armor for my mercenary. Yeah. Just put a couple different runes in it to adjust her resistance and maybe a shield rune. You're obsessed with bases, you check them a lot. Well, right now she's using Pindleskin armor. Like, she's just using this. Or Goldskin, sorry. The only thing this gives her is resistances. That's it. Just to cap her res. If I just put an Ort rune and a Thal rune and a Shell rune, because there's no fire damage I have to worry about. Ort rune. Thal rune. Do I have a Shale? There.
I'll put that to good use.
So that effectively, until I get a Lem rune, like, Treachery is better, but until I get a Lem rune, this gives her a little bit of strength, which is useless, FHR, but it gives her defense. 30 cold res, 30 lightning res, so that caps out the 2 resistances that are important. And then it gives her a little bit of increased attack speed. Never mind, it gives her FHR. Shell rune and a body armor gives FHR. I just realized that now. Doesn't really matter, but I was hoping for increased attack speed, and I did not read the rune because I am an idiot. Someone asked up above, I'm gonna try and shoot for a 99. I think it's gonna take me a long time. I'm not gonna go non-stop, like, but, yeah, I'm gonna try and go for 99. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, whatever. There's honestly no difference. Like, that... Yeah, okay. There's like Griswold's with those runes in the FHR is like maybe a fraction better than Goldskin. Like they're both just garbage armors. 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can permanently ban that bot from my channel. But I need to go to my YouTube stream page. Go to chat. Restore chat. There. That user is permanently hidden on my channel. So that's easy. That's just what I have to do. Perfect. Perfect. So now she'll be gone. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I actually, there's a handful of people As I said, I'm just switching to YouTube, so I got to get it all set up. But there is a handful. I want to add a handful more moderators. So. But yeah, I can specifically add YouTube moderators. I want to take my time. I want to grab consistent viewers. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit about money. Like, memberships and all that shit is amazing, and I really appreciate the support. But if someone's consistently there, they're a good person, they're helping out over a long term, you have just as much chance to become a moderator as you do donating. I pick a pool from everybody. Damien! Thank you so much for the Burroon membership. Damien, thank you so much. Like, my man Bowtie Bilky was modded for like a year and a half before he even became a membership, so. Obviously, I appreciate all financial tips, but it's not one of those people where you have to pay to become a moderator. You just have to be supportive in the community, basically. Yeah, Damon, thank you so much for the Burroon membership, man. Thank you so much. Big fat Burroon membership. Don't forget to join Discord. Get your rank, man. Hey, a second Trang's belt. What's the varying stat on this bitch? Is it mana? It's mana, right? Yeah. Okay. 2 extra mana, 1 less defense. I did see it, Medak. I kind of wanna... I do wanna upgrade, but I'm not sure if I wanna go 4080 or 4090. 4090 is stupid overkill. I know it is. I know you guys are gonna lecture me. Why get a 4090? It's overkill. It is. But I'm worried. Remember when everyone wanted to buy the 3080? Remember they all sold out from bots and shit? But there were still 4090s that were around for a while? And everyone was like, don't get the 4090. It's not a good bang for your buck. But then if I turned around and just bought a 4090... Because I ended up paying more for a different graphics card later because of the massive shortage. So, I don't know. But then I need to figure out my power supply, if it can handle it. I don't know if that's going to be an issue. Stoney Tombs is located in the Rocky Waste, Tony. So just outside of Luca Lane, the very first area when you leave the city, it's located there. Now this is a single-player static map, so I rolled Stoney Tombs right next to the entranceway, so it's actually really convenient. But if you're on BattleNet, it's just a Rocky Waste. Yeah, what are you guys thinking? 4080? 4090? 4070? You're not going to get one because you have a 3000 series, and 3000 series is completely fine for what you do? Like, I'm playing max quality settings. I'm streaming max quality settings, and I'm not even 165 frame rate. And my GPU sits at like 27%, or sorry, 70% of this game. So, Coz! Cries in 1660 Ti. Again, I need to talk to Coz, figure out my power supply issue. If it'll work. It apparently uses a 16-pin connector now and shit. I don't know if that's going to affect. My current GPU is a 3080 Ti. So yes, obviously, I'm one of those stupid elitist people that likes to buy computer parts. I get it. But the way I explained to my parent, or my wife, is that the only thing that I have that is good is my computer. I drive a 2002 Dodge Dakota. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't have a PlayStation. I don't have other expensive hobbies. All that I have is my computer. So, If I want to buy a 4090, I get a 4090. I could go, well... Coz, are you there? What size of monitor do... I don't have kids. What size of monitor do I have? I know I have 1440p, I'm just saying the size. If I can get a 4K monitor that's the same size, I would consider it. Yeah, if you can get a 27-inch 4K, I would maybe consider it. I'm not gonna get an even bigger monitor. I don't have room for it on my desk. Like, I barely have enough for my 2-monitor setup with a 27-inch main monitor. That's the only way. And I don't care if you smoke or drink, I'm just saying. People spend like, what, $3 grand a year smoking? So, automatically just not smoking. Right? Like, get a bigger desk. I will look into getting a different desk at some point. But yeah, and the other thing too is, I'm fortunate because I have a pretty amazing community on YouTube. I make money doing this. So, my one guilty pleasure is my computer. But you guys asked me what my computer is, or how much I've spent. I honestly don't know. It's a 5950X, 32 gigs of RAM, 3080 Ti, 1000-watt power supply. Some decent Noctua fans in it. Noctua cooler, like, I don't know. The big initial thing that I spent was the 39... When I bought the 3900X, that was the real big expensive thing, right? But when I went to the 5950X, I used the same RAM, same power supply, just dropped in the CPU. So it wasn't too expensive. But yeah, the reason why I bought the 1000-watt donor is because I wanted to future-proof my computer. I didn't want to buy like a 750. And then if it turns out down the road that I needed 1000 for a 4000 series card, I didn't want to turn around and buy a 4000 series card. I just went ahead and I bought the 1000-watt, which I'm hoping, I don't even know if 1000 watts enough for a 4090. Lucas, you can explain? Explain my computer upgrade the same way. But I also, when you say enjoying the best hardware, it's also within reason. So I'm fine with a $400 motherboard. Like, I feel like buying a $1,500 motherboard is stupid, right? Like, I have a 2 terabyte SSD, but I wouldn't buy like a 4 terabyte 1000 SSD, right? You know what I mean? Just kind of do everything within reason. Okay, let me hide that person. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, so she should be hidden. I hit her again. That's gonna get really annoying if I have to keep doing that constantly. Please don't make me continuously do that. I'm gonna email my YouTube rep about that. Say, Jesus Christ, you need to get this fixed. Any noticeable drops today? Could you... What? Honestly, no. Today has been pretty rough. I got Trang's belt. Trang's belt was the big upgrade today. Which it actually was a pretty big upgrade. Because, only frame drops. GG on the mirror, Dread Switch. Oh, yeah. Hopefully. I don't want any frame drops, hopefully. But yeah, Trang's belt was actually a pretty solid upgrade, but yesterday I got Mara's and Mage Fist. So A lot of plus skills. Technically, I got 2, yeah. But if I got a Mal rune, I think I would roll... I think I'd roll Rain. Like, Rain's actually a pretty cool... I mean, it's 2 to Druid skills, 30 lightning res, and I think it's like 100 to 150 mana. So I would probably just use it as a way to boost my damage even more. Or should I keep waiting till I get a Viper Magi? And should I hold off and put the Mal rune towards CTA because I already have an Ohm rune? Prudence is pretty good. What's on Prudence? I thought Prudence was just all res, repair durability, and something else. I don't think it's a really good caster body armor, is it? Yeah, I'm thinking about using Rain. Like, just extra +2 skills to damage would put my Armageddon to almost 5k. Gamble a Gull Dagger. You think I should drop my Spirit, put on a Gull Dagger to get an extra 100 Magic Find? I'm not wearing Wealth, but I haven't dropped a Lem rune yet, so I could put on Wealth. But the problem is my res goes to shit. If I take Smoke off, see? Smoke is what's... My res would drop too much. That's why I'm kind of a little bit even hesitant to use... I kind of think Viper Magi might actually be better than Rain. Hey, that's awesome, Lucas. Like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I genuinely only have one hobby, so... And I don't even think, like... You guys think it's okay to buy a new GPU right away? Because you can always have, like, driver updates and stuff like that. I feel like it's maybe not the best idea to get a CPU and motherboard right away. Kind of wait a little bit till, Or do you actually think there'd be serious problems buying a GPU right away? Wait about a month or so? What's up, Blaze? The only thing that I'm worried about is, supply drying up, but... I feel like my only option is to try and buy it on day 1, or wait, like, 4 or 5 months till you can buy another one again. Which, technically, I should just not have an ego, because I can play everything fine with my current system, so it shouldn't... My job is building P different MPO, and you would never buy a GPU or CPU on day 1. Okay. Well, I'm not very good PC guy, Royd, so I should take your advice then. I just figured GPU wasn't as bad. Like, there's no way I'm not upgrading to Ryzen 7000 for a while. I want them to work through all of the BIOS headaches and bullshit and stuff. Yeah, maybe like I should just check my ego and wait a bit. Like, I don't need a new GPU to play what I'm playing. So later, Blaze. Thank you for popping in, man. Appreciate it. Guys, I'm probably gonna do... I'm gonna wrap up at 5:30, so another like 10 minutes. If you guys wouldn't mind slapping a like on the stream. Single best and easiest way to help support my channel and spread my stream to new viewers. I'd really appreciate that. Still haven't been able to break the 1,000 like barrier yet. No, I'm gonna do, this is a long-term project, Koner, which I'll be dropping entirely, once I, like when Ladder starts, I'll be dropping this project entirely, but I will return to it once Ladder dies, but... Whoa, G-Stacks! Dude! Thank you for the Pulver membership, my man! Thank you, dude. You've been commenting on my videos for ages, just because I just recognized the beard from your YouTube picture. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate that, man. Thanks. Hey, I don't care. Like I said, I get views off of ad revenue for my videos. Streaming is just a bonus. Thank you for the pulver in though, man. I appreciate that. Oh, I typically don't have much time to like. I don't usually watch other content creators too much, just because, like I said, when I'm done streaming, I usually shut off my computer and I don't watch other streamers. But I just recognize G-Stack from YouTube comments. Later, Goner. Have a good day, man. Just need a pair of War Travelers to drop, so. War Travelers would be nice. Right now, I'm mostly struggling with resistance issues. Like, if I was to drop War Travelers, I lose 22 Lightning Res. 22 Lightning Res brings me down to 53, right? I'm just kind of like in a... I need some better Res Small Charms. I can get a Raven Frost, I'll throw that on, and then I'll put on T-Gods. Jesus, that bot is annoying. You win, bot. Too lazy to alt tab because it's the end of stream. I'll get you next time. I actually, because of everyone that membered up today, I unlocked a new emote. So thank you so much, guys. We will be adding some more Pepes. No, well, I hide the user from the channel, but then obviously, like, they just make a new bot to do it again, right? So what I'm probably going to end up doing is I'm probably just going to end up modding, like, 25 people. I don't know, 25, 50 people. People that I see consistently enough for this month, and then I'll just have them all be mods, and then hopefully I have, like, 100 mods on the channel. Odds are, probably at all times, there'll be some mod watching, and then we'll just do it that way. I could do an LK stream. Like, I could make my own harmony. I could run around LK, but oh god, it's just so... It's punishing but effective. I would much rather, like, just kill shit eventually get up to like, if I can get up to P3 Stony Tombs, like if I get CTA and Vigor, and Thunder God's Vigor, once I get those 2 items, I'll be rocking Players 3. And then at Players 3, I should get more high rune drops in general. And yeah, I'd much rather just kill a whole bunch of monsters than do the LK thing. LK is not bad. Like, if you have playing LK on your main monitor, you're watching like a movie on the side, it's not bad, but I feel like LK is really boring to watch for a viewer.
Good day.
No, only P7. That's it. Only ever P7. Single player and P7 is the only time I'd ever recommend farming LK. It's not even worth it on BattleNet. Like, even if you're in Players 8 groups, I just don't think it's worth. Just not worth it. Like, you really need to get to the point where you're doing like 3 runs a minute, and then you just need to just shut your brain off, and that's all you do. What is LK, Steve? LK refers to Lower Kurost. So if you go to Lower Kurost in Act 3, there's these specific types of chests that are called super chests, and they always spawn next to this interesting campfire thing. I can actually, I'll see if I have the waypoint, I can show you, but you're looking for these huts that spawn next to a campfire. And if you're playing on single player, if you spam them over and over again, if you specifically hit those chests, they're actually a really good way to get high runes in single player. So it's just a high rune farming method for single player. It's typically... It is the best way to legitimately farm high runes in single player, but it is super boring. I would rather kill monsters, take longer, drop my burr runes that way, but you're much more likely to either drop a burr directly or drop Sur runes and cube up to make a jaw or a burr for Enigma or Infinity, farming LK, than you are just clearing monsters. But I'll show you what the super chests are right after this this run here. Yeah, or cows. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Kramer. It's only worth doing on single player, by the way. Okay, let's show you an LK run. Matt does everything doing LK, watching DB. GG.
Where can I take you?
Do I have the waypoint? Okay, I don't, but I can run backwards. It's not a big deal. I have the exact same GPU, Matic. 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra. So right here, here's an example. You're looking for this campfire. Center campfire with these torches around. That's what it looks like in original resolution. Right? So then you only want to enter this hut and this hut. So right here, pop this chest, run up here and pop this chest. So at every campfire, there should be 3 chests you're popping. You can roll up to 2 campfires on a map. This one might have a second one, and ideally you want to have those 2 campfires spawn as close to the waypoint as you can. So here's my waypoint. Might be a second one here. Sometimes you can have a map that only has 1. So here's the second one. So imagine just doing this. Teleport's one thing, but imagine doing that as a running character. Some people have done that. Like, they just do that. Do that on Players 8 difficulty 8,000 times. You're guaranteed to make Infinity or Enigma. Why is it viable only in single player? Because the player's difficulty changes the drop patterns of the chests. So players 1 difficulty, I don't think there's many high rune patterns, but if you go to players 7, it increases the number of players patterns, right? So I believe 7 is like 11 Sur rune patterns, 3 Burr rune patterns, 2 low rune patterns, 7 Ohm rune patterns, etc., whatever. But single player, you have the same static map, so you're not wasting time trying to find like you're not wasting time trying to find the campfires. You just keep rolling a map. You find 2 campfires close to the waypoint. You always know where they are. But you're just spending more time opening the chests. Online, even if you're playing in full groups online, you're wasting time trying to consistently find them, which just ruins your efficiency, if that makes sense. Yes, like for sure, Damien, most people, it's murder otherwise. I agree. 600% I agree with you. But some people like to do, like me, if they're doing a Druid-only playthrough, they'll actually run it. So I think that's what Future did. Ran the whole dock, ran the Lower Karras, and repeat. Well, I mean, you could be as lucky as 1,000 runs, but usually I think they average... Didn't someone do the math on it? It's about 5,000 runs to make Infinity or Enigma on average. But you could get really lucky and you could do it very quickly, or it could take you longer. Like I've found 3 high runes in 1,000 runs before, but I've also gone, I think, 1,200 runs without a single high rune. So it just kind of depends on RNG, basically. Nice, Evil. I respect the hustle, but I won't ever do it again. I just can't. I'm gonna kill monsters and whatever drops. I could never do it again. GG's, Flawless Amethyst. GG's. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for another awesome stream. I want to thank all the new subscribers, new members, super chats, everybody. Really appreciate the support. Definitely making me consider YouTube for a serious switch. I think it works better to my stream schedule, and all the support's awesome. It seems like a lot of you guys like it more than Twitch, but we'll see how that plays out in the long term. But yeah, thank you for all the support. I appreciate it. I got my Discord in the description of this stream if you guys want to join my Discord. Pretty sweet community there. But yeah, looking forward to the ladder. we're coming in on what, 16 days now. We're gonna be doing a collab ladder event with some other streamers, so that should be fun. Yeah, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you so much. And we'll see. We'll see if credit scene works this time around. Peace, guys.